Someone please call 911. Fool. Fucking soda tastes like shit when it's warm. Drugs. 808. Boom. Oof. Scoop. Oh, fuck. 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 Motherfucker. Go fucker goat. Motherfucker bitch. Motherfucker bitch. What the fuck is this shit supposed to think it like that? I think so. Oh, no. This shit charging, like, what the fuck? Fuck's good with that shit? Fuck good with that shit. And when the smoke clears, I'll still be here. So scared of heights, but I still face my fear. Fucking tap in, bruh. Watch me slay, motherfuckers. Go watch me slay. Yeah. Tap in to watch me abuse lobbies, bruh. One of my cats. Shy, say hi to the camera. Say hello, camera. California knows how to party. Nope, no. Stop, you're on my headphones. Get off of my headphone, bro. What's wrong with you? And say California knows how to party. California. I need you to back up, dude. Come on, man. You just back it up, back it up, back. Shy, stop. Shy. I need you to stop. Get off my headphones. Alright, you can sit right there. That's fine. Sit there. Hey. What you doing, man? What you do? You keep getting more and more in my lap, bro. Come on, man. You're gonna get hair all over my pants, dude. You're gonna get hair all over me, dog. What the hell, dog? Look at this guy. Just making biscuits on me right now. Go ahead, do your thing, man. Make them biscuits. And his asshole is pressed against my leg. I could feel the warmth of his fucking asshole on my leg. And it's sliding down my leg. Finished? Nope. Still got more. Finished now? He's finished. Okie dokie. Time to smoke it. Yeah, why don't you roll this with me, bro? Roll this joint. Man, what the hell is up with these fucking papers? This is why I hate buying papers from the fucking Chinese store, bro. Like, what is this shit? This shit is all stuck together, god damn it. There we go. Fucking shit's happening outside and fuck. Okay. And these shits never be having any fucking glue on. Well, like, what the fuck? What are they doing to the papers before they sell them? Ain't no fucking way. Shy. It's hot as hell. And your fur is radiating an abundance of heat, my friend. In a second, you're gonna have to get off of me. Uh-oh. Here comes Belle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here comes needy Belle. He's actually chilling. Cool. My son, you got hair all over me now. Hijo. Do, do, do. Kumbaya. 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 Gatito. Shot. This man is fucking asleep. No. It's fucking skin. Like extra skin right there. Fur skin. Skin fur. Finna go smoke some weed. Come get high. Uh-oh. Here comes Belle. Looking for a spot. He's like, how can I get up there? Where can I fit? Nowhere. You gotta wait your turn, buddy. resembles the glue again. Put this bad boy in there. Root it up like her. Like so. Yeah. Take a job. Bada bow. And a half. Whoa. Oh. Leaving? Nope. Sleeping behind me. Okay. What are you doing, bro? Literally on my back. See this, man? Gaming with my cat behind me. Fucking cat hair in my mouth. Do 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 do. Kumbaya. Welcome one viewer, whoever that viewer may be, whoever you are. You're about to watch me slay. I'm going into the game now. I appreciate your view. Hit subscribe. It will help a brother out greatly. Tremendously. Whoever that viewer may be. Oh shit. I'm hearing myself. Oh, looks like they left. Oh, no, there's a viewer there. I think that's me watching myself. It's all good though. Time to load up the game. Let's get it cracking. Get it wrecking. Oh my god, there's fucking cat hair all over my chest. Fuck. My fucking nipples are hairy. And cat hair. Oh, bro. Oh, that means there's gonna be mad hair on my fucking back. Get high, my boy. Come and get high. What level am I? 34. God damn. Boy, your fucking hair's got me itchy as hell. Imagine I'm allergic to my own cats, that'd be crazy. Cause I got 4 of them. Big thunder. Damn. It's gonna rain.
The ring isn't really complex, but it can be a little complicated. Wait, what'd I just say?
Time to add names to my list.
Come on, little mutie. We've got work to do.
I like it. Yeah, baby, I like it raw.
Introducing the champion.
Should be good.
Time to kill.
Amanda. the show.
Someone's out there. Scavenge legendary. They got a ways they
Thanks, jump jets.
Wait, what is it? No.
Getting shot at.
I think we should probably go this way.
That way calls to me.
Bam goes the boozle. Ah, bad news, I'm down.
Spotting target here. Already surrounded.
Reload. How's banner? They're shooting at me.
Oh, teammate, why the fuck would you land us there? There's fucking 20 teams and no loot. Like, fucking batch. Shot. How can you be so relaxed? Walmart Ace U has entered the game, the chat, with Ibs. Not just the real Ace U. That'd be dope. Yo, can you guys hear everything in my background or not? Yo,
I've seen
what
the
up,
future.
sucking viewer?
Now I just need to get
Welcome to
there.
the stream. Subscribe to the channel.
Amateur hour's over. Time for the big leagues.
Oh, my fucking open mic is still on. I'll turn it off.
You know, they're always looking around, but they never look up. Their loss.
I got fucking cat hair in my mouth.
Introducing your champion.
I'm the jump master. Ready up. We're jump master, Newty.
Get that John
Just
at
like old
ASU.
times.
Or a sniffer of candles. Dude, shot. Ugh, I'll let you stay there because you're asleep.
Yeah!
But you're fucking burning up my back. Like you're literally radiating heat. Victim. I need my fifth one.
First blood? Who'd have thought a blood sport would be so bloody?
I'll take that. Victim. I need my fifth one.
Ring countdown.
We're all inside the ring. Fantastic. Got a bandit close by.
Oh fuck, I'm not fucking
Under fire.
whatchamacallit.
Cracked shields on that
Horizon and
bandit. Reloading.
Bangalore.
Pause! Enemy here!
Recharging shields.
Pick me up the gun!
Other team.
Oscar Mike!
Under fire. Cracked shields on that bandit. Reloading. Need some help here. Bogey right here.
Healing.
Bogey here. Bogey here.
Sweet ball, bother. Me and you are down.
whole other team here now.
Healing. Watch my back.
Oh, there's another team. I'll let them fight a little bit.
Give me a sec. Recharging shields. Reloading. Down range. Reloading. Dusted the last one. Get some.
Fuck. Hold up, bro. I gotta... I'll be back. Don't worry.
Care package being delivered.
Half the squads are gone. Good. Give me a sec. Recharging shields. Taking a knee. Patching up.
Damn it.
Till death, I said.
Started running slow as hell at first, but Philip was dead. Oh damn, we got a ballistic? What?
Let us see what we can teach the riffraff, shall we?
Let's make some new friends and then destroy them.
We got a bullet?
Safety's off. Weapons free.
And the beat that I'm banging
Introducing
is
your champion.
delicious.
You know what I look like?
Delicious
Come find me.
definition. Arcalicious death. Arcalicious death.
You, I think we should move that way.
I smoke so much. Yeah. I'm about to just start remixing everything.
Hostile right here.
Ain't nobody over there, boy.
Attention. First blood.
Extended energy mag here. Card SMG here.
Down.
Found extra supplies here.
That's a good
Arm up. We're inside the ring. One less thing to worry about.
Kill leader.
There's a new kill leader. No need to make a fuss. They'll meet me soon enough.
First time.
Hostile right here.
Brown
Firing.
eyes.
The enemies are shooting at
On
me.
the way they
Reloading.
started fighting without me.
Be covered. Rude. I have been down. Reloading.
Why
That
didn't
foe
you
has
just
fallen.
wait for me?
Broke. Lost. I'm down. Is this how Kit Young felt?
I'll grab your banner.
Frag out. Frag out.
No way. Yo! Bro, it's not letting me fucking grab the banner, dude. What the
Barrel
fuck?
stabilizer? How about skills?
Contact with hostile.
That was fucking stupid. Shit literally didn't let me grab the fucking banner. Fucking bitch ass Apex. From the very first time I seen your brown eyes, your lips said hello. Can you guys hear everything in my background?
I know what you're looking for. I'm in.
Sometimes my mic is super sensitive.
This one's for the kids
Time
back
to
in
win.
Harris
Stay
Valley.
alive.
This is your champion.
Wanna win? Do what I do.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Y'all, let's land there.
Copy that.
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun.
Oh wow, a lot of people in raid portal.
I think we should move that way. From the sky and landing near me.
Whole team on me.
Attention.
Opening fire. Broken enemy shield.
Someone was passing.
Last one.
Enemy taken down. Here I go.
They stuck res.
Broken.
Give it.
Broke that guy.
Broke that enemy shield.
Anyone call for a protector? Reinforcing my Evo shield.
Throwing silver grenade. Broken. One shot.
Another squad attacking. Reloading. I have been hostile
What?
close.
How did I get a no reg on that guy?
45 seconds. Ring's close.
50
Both
flash.
spots down. We made the right choices.
I no reg this guy right there that you just killed.
Reloading.
Stupid as hell.
This won't hurt. Hold on.
Yeah, just bait me.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
Using grapple.
1 second. We got this.
I need ammo, I have none.
Cracked an enemy shield.
Johnson.
Enemy down. 10 seconds to the ring. It's close at least.
Reloading. Repairing.
Healing up.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 4.
Recharging shields.
I think I'm gonna. I think I got it.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 4.
I need it.
Stand back.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Patching myself up.
Attention.
New kill leader. Watch for them. Care package coming in. Half the squads remain. Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Is that a care package right there?
Care package
Oh
over
my
there.
god, I'm going for this care package.
Care package
Need
over there.
that.
Grappling.
Oh, it's my movement. It feels so weird right now.
Reinforcing my Evo shield.
Oh, scared the fuck out of me. They should put the brawler with the select fire like.
Punching its
fully
I've got
back
an
in the
Evo
game.
shield here. It's cool. Level 2.
Got some extra supplies for us.
Portal's ready.
Phoenix keep
Let's check
going
out
off.
that way. Contact with target. Hostile right here.
There's people in market too. Oh, yeah. They're up top over there. There's a bad push.
Firing.
We go from this way.
Enemy spotted.
Shots on me. Reloading.
Frag out.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Void running.
Sending an arc.
Look out. Grenade. I've been down.
Sending an arc. Reinforcing my Evo shield. Behind my back. I just was being stuck on me.
Recharging shields.
I'm down.
I'm taking fire, friends. Shield. Recharging shields.
You need to move faster than that, David.
I think we're going to do great, friend.
Winning takes iron will. I brought iron and will.
You know, I don't take myself too seriously. I don't take myself anywhere, really. I need to get out more.
This is your champion.
Check yourself or wreck yourself.
Let's check out that way, guys.
Okay.
Spotted one.
Let's check out that way, friends. Materials here.
Attention. Round one.
First blood, and it's not us. Wonderful.
Thanks.
Look at the map. The next ring is far. R301 here.
Ring's closing in 1. Ring's far and closing in
And it's starting
45.
to rain right now.
Probably gonna have to run.
Sculpt your shield. Take this.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3.
My ultimate's good to go.
Gotta hop up here. Boosted loader.
Got some materials? Crafting, hang on. Got some materials for us.
Using grapple. I've got an Evo shield here. It's cool. Level 2. I can see that the ring's moving on the map. Evac tower here. A zip line to a big balloon? Is it my birthday?
Got one here. Yeah, getting shot at. Dukes to the rescue.
Yeah.
Give me my shield.
Opening fire on the end.
Bam! There goes a booze old dirt. Something.
Fire, friend.
They're a Pathfinder, and the other one, he's climbing up on me.
Here I go.
Shots fired. Inmates. Running out of the...
Stop! I'm down!
Reloading. Enemy down. Bad news. I'm down.
Hit me. Reloading.
Bro! Shit wasn't let me fucking time. Alright, let's go. We about to go crazy now. About to go stupid. I need a new controller though. So not having back bumpers is fucking difficult for movement.
This gives me purpose.
I cannot wait to win this match, friend. Let's go for a ride.
This is your champion.
I expect the results of this will be utterly delightful.
I don't plan to come down. I like the view from up.
Land there if you know it's good for you.
Okay.
Time to kill.
Damn, the rain smells so good.
Let's go over there.
me? I'm on controller, so I gotta put my open mic on, bro. Note to me and drop a bounty gun on this one. This coming. Weak. Good shit, bro. Oh, fuck. Fuck. She's weak. Why she just on this well for me?
Enemy in my sight. Rampage here.
Damn, that rain coming down crazy. Fuck. It's raining crazy right now. It's raining cats and dogs. Ooh. Damn. Son, where'd you find this? Ah, fuck. Alright, Shy, I'm gonna need you to get off of me, bro. Your little hairs got me fucking itching and shit. Damn, this fucking rain is coming down so crazy. Shy, get up. Get from behind me. Stop it.
Repulsors, check. Stabilizers, check. Base buddy, check. Only the best for my friends.
Yo, let me know if y'all need me to turn my mic off, because it's raining like crazy, and my mic is kind of sensitive. But I'm on controller, so it's hard for me to push the talk or whatever.
Introducing your champion.
I'm the jump master. No pressure, me. This might be a good place to land. Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system. I think we should move that way.
Safe on me.
An enemy landed near me.
First blood on the enemy.
Lead the site here. Level 3. We got a minute until the ring's loaded. You want it? Right.
Peacekeeper here.
Shooting. I've cracked an enemy shield. Shattered an enemy shield. Another protect me up.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
I'm waiting for one to push.
Take
Mirage is one shot.
Grab what you need and let's roll.
I'm with you. Hold up.
Friends. The ring's moving, friends.
Good, good, good. Oh shit.
Another squad down. We have a new cheerleader.
I can't wait.
Havoc on controller is not fair. Jesus.
Care package on the way. I like the sound of
That
that.
has a
Medkit here.
Recharging my shield. Half the squad are down. There's a full kill
half the
every
squad's
minute.
gone.
Car is secure. Welcome to the shop. Benvenuto.
Check.
Mama's got a brand new bag. Found some material. Oh look, material. Going to do some crafting. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
No. Nope.
I wonder what they find over there. Throwing an arc star. Shooting.
Care package over there.
Shattered an enemy shield.
Literally one right here. You can go through that.
Enemy removed from the data pool.
I have the evac tower for us.
I cracked an enemy shield. Rings on me.
Back tower, friends. Let's go over there.
45 seconds. Tossing an arc star.
I am taking fire, friends.
I cracked it. Fog on us. You're done. Pick up that. Reloading. Your lucky day.
Someone else just popped the thingy.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Shields recharging.
Warning.
Battery here.
In progress.
Think someone's by me.
Enemy over there. Don't let them sneak in. I feel good about this care package. Shall we? Shooting. I cracked an enemy. Taking fire. Don't drive in position. Reloading. Enemy there.
I am taking fire, friends. One moment. Gotta use them.
Singularity deployed. Make your turn. Try out. Toss and thermite. Bound boys are shooting at me. I got that William shield. Throwing it on top of us. Target down. Reloading. Fire. I'm down.
Cracked an enemy shield.
Enemy right here. Airstrike.
1 minute before the ring closes.
No fucking needs.
Let's rock, baby.
I accept the challenge.
Yo, let me know if you guys need me to mute my mic or some
There
shit.
may be dents in
It's
my
raining
armor,
hard as hell over
but
here.
the battle is far from over.
Introducing your champion.
We feel, we happy feel. Out of the bar, sublime.
Damn, bro, you skydiving in the wind tunnel today?
Nah, I'm in Costa Rica and it's rainy season.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
loud as hell.
Back on Salvo, they called me the
It doesn't
Grenado
last long
Tornado.
though.
Back on
Hopefully.
Salvo, they called me the Grenado Tornado.
I can mute it though if you want me
Back
to.
on
You know,
Salvo,
I'm just
they
on
called me the
controller, so it's hard for me
Grenado
to
Tornado.
tap the top.
I got your back.
Oh, we are too.
Let's charge.
Oh, word. Are we all roller? All gorillas?
Yes, sir. Both of us.
Oh shit. We're about to smack this lobby. I'm gonna go over here to
Let's check out that way,
get some
friends.
bullshit. Yeah, did another team land there? Never mind, another team landed there.
First blood, and it's not us. Wonderful.
Where is it?
Well, the poor champion's back. Good. We're in the next ring.
I need like a real gun real quick.
Shield busted. Reloading. Reinforcing my Evo shield. I'm pinned down.
I gotta get a gun. Oh, I got an R9, but
It's
I'm right
just
behind
you.
you.
They're focusing on me. That enemy shield is broken. Dropped an enemy. Dropped me.
Both cracked. One's noise.
Got our friend's banner.
roller.
Great. Don't worry, I'm here.
Oh, the res thing is right there. Hey. Fucking get it. I just got an armor swap real quick. Oh, that's what's in it.
Good. We're in the next ring.
Welcome back.
Car submachine gun here.
Thanks. Let's get back to it.
Every fucking thing I needed was in
Extended
here.
sniper magazine. Wingman.
Repairing my damages.
I'm going to that, oh wait, there's a care package dropping right next to us. What is that?
Care package over there.
Oh, check? I don't want it. I'm going to that,
My Evo shield.
other area. That thing in the beginning.
Gotta hop up here. We'll ship loaded.
I need restoration. Healing.
Take note. There's a new kill leader.
I need a grenade. Oh, fine.
I need restoration. Healing.
Wingman here.
The wingman.
I need a backpack.
Breaking open this hole. Stand back.
Oh,
Lucky me, I have an extended sniper mag here. Level 4.
oh, you're gonna be sniping? Bit. I'm going to this area right here. Should be
I
like
think we should move that way.
gold
They're
thing.
focusing on
Oh
me.
fuck.
A support formation.
I could set a thing for you, or we can all meet right here.
Let's check out
What
that
do you
way,
think?
friends.
Take note. There's a new kill leader.
I'm deploying an evac tower.
Alright.
Arc star out.
Take that shit over here.
Let's
Over
go
here.
over there.
Grenade.
Yeah, Lord, I'm over here. Ooh, shotgun bolt. That's what I needed. Yo, do you guys play with the Mozambique a lot? On controller? Here they come. Here they come.
An enemy descending on me.
Open the door. Open the door. Oh, never mind. Okay. Get inside. I'm watching this door right here.
I am taking fire, friends. Knockdown shield here. Drag out.
In here, in here. GG's. Cool.
Ready up. It's go time.
Come on, little mutie. We've got work to do.
This is your champion.
Violence for science. Oh, quite the catchphrase that. Here, pals. Blotting a landing's one of my specialities.
The jets, we're dropping hot. Let's reposition there.
One team. Oh, what you mean?
Let's go that way.
Fucking just smack these kids.
Dime la cura, viera ser.
Yeah, bro. I'm in Costa Rica. You hear the rain?
Man, that's wild.
But
It's like a whole rainforest, huh?
oh yeah, it's rainy season here right now, so if it gets like that, I'm right here with you. Oh fuck.
Fire, friends.
Ain't no way. Hit me. Goddamn GG's, man.
We're all sizzling.
I always take the high road.
I am ready. I hope you are too.
Damn, that skin is fire. What the fuck? Should look like some Mortal Kombat shit.
This is your champion.
Anyone else wielding the unfathomable cosmic power of a singularity?
Fades keyboard, fades mouse. What the fuck?
Just checking.
Let's land here.
Land there if you know what's good for you. I heard you.
Oh my god, 1, 2, 3. We might want to maybe go here
Let's go
and
over
then
there.
run in.
On the backside.
We're gonna run out of bullets even if we fight.
Find
Someone's
it.
going off the map, bro. Oh no, he's hitting the thingy. Could have swore he was going off the map though.
Damage.
Yeah, bro, this is not gonna be a good challenge. They're climbing up right now, getting obliterated. They'll let their fight marinate a little bit.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah,
Right side.
They're on both sides. They're over here too. Just peek right here.
Go through the door.
Oh, right here on you.
Ah!
I'm out there. A fucking enemy.
Enemy down.
Let me get this full.
Firing.
I killed
Oh, he had a nemesis. What?
I got the aping.
They're not getting back up again.
He had a nemesis and didn't kill me. That was wild. They're all flesh. They're all flesh. Someone threw a nade from the other side.
Taking fire.
Bro, I had to grapple out, bro.
Crashing and burning over here.
I'm gonna try to
The
grab
ring
your
is
bandage.
close.
Hold up.
Less than a minute.
Switch to that.
Recharging shields.
Oh, my man's left. Okay. No faith.
Repairing.
What the fuck? A whole other squad.
Enemy shield.
Bitch.
Thermite grenade out. Thermite grenade out. Here I go. Recharging shields.
Fucking gangsta.
Friend's banner. We can bring them back.
Oh, shit. Missed.
I am taking fire.
Whoa, whoa. Actually, I could hit the jump tower thingy, right? Nah, I can't raise you there, bro.
Half the squads are gone. Cool. Care package over here.
Probably should have took that, but whatever. Someone's sticking a res right there. Nice. Is there a res to the right? Down the choke point?
Let's check out that way, friends.
I should be able to this way right here. What is this shit? Is this beacon not here anymore? What the hell? It was just on my map. Ain't no way. Jose. That's crazy.
Nemesis here.
If you're wondering about an afterlife, there is.
Using grapple.
They just set off the thing. They're all fighting.
Target spotted.
They're fighting hard.
Giving my
Maybe
shield
one
to
of the third
recharge.
parties. Oh, never mind. Someone else just said a zip. What the fuck?
Target spotted.
It's just two, there's no third.
Target over there. Let's go this way.
Yep,
Let's explore this way.
Just grab loot from a death box.
Setting up a zipline. Lucky us, we are already inside the ring. I am taking fire, friends. Replicator building, friends.
Death box over here.
We should go this way. Death box here.
Getting inside of this real quick.
Giving my shields a recharge. Frag out. Throwing thermite grenade. Recharging shields.
We're on the reef.
More friends are coming
Oh,
to kill
they're
us.
coming.
There's another squad. Recharging shields. An enemy shield. Giving my shields a recharge.
Okay, let's move back a
Let's
little
go
bit.
this way. Giving my shields a recharge.
Huh? Oh, you got one?
Yeah, dog
First. Right here. Oh, this one's one. You can kill her. It's popping the
They
bat.
do it on me.
Oh shit, yeah. Jason. GG's. I wish the third guy had faith. GG's though, bro.
entertainment. Ah.
Should've threw that nade on that beat. Or just Eva that out.
Good luck. Have fun. Don't die.
I don't push the envelope. I shred it.
Remember, the fight ain't over until we win it.
Introducing your champion.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
I won't.
Hold your breath. If you have to
Team!
breathe.
Let's get this dub. Ice Spice Fro, I like that.
Let's go over there.
There's so many people in Austin. What the fuck?
Let's go over there. I'm bored here.
Gonna grab guns and then run the octane.
Let's go faster. Materials, check.
Might be something good this way. Oh, look. Evac tower here.
Just pick
Materials here.
Rings fire, ladies. On the mic. Got materials.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 3.
That shit's hot, boy!
1 minute remains.
New kill leader? Not for long, pal.
R301 here.
Rápido, rápido!
Attention.
We've got 45
Leader has
seconds.
been eliminated.
If you don't got robotic legs, you need to move. I need a backpack.
mosquito biting me, goddamn.
Extended light magazine here. Level 2.
Eradicate all mosquitoes, bro.
Might be something good this
I'm
way.
pushing octane. They still
You're
fight.
pushing alone.
I'm gonna just poke till you guys get here. Don't worry. Nope, one.
Broke that enemy shield. Enemy over there.
In there.
Recharging shields.
Then there's another team across there.
Target over there.
Got trouble here.
Rings moving. Hustle up.
I see him in the back.
Enemy spotted.
Oh my god, he's like one.
Taking fire.
Come on, come on.
Reloading.
It's go time.
This system is crazy.
Double timing it. Reloading.
I'm down.
No way, what? How much health does this man have? Bangalore's one shot. He gets armor swap on me. Team, we tried. I'm hungry as hell.
Follow me. I will cut a path to perfection.
I came here for revenge, but I'll stay for the treasure.
This is my favorite part.
Introducing your champion.
I'm currently
Lean
at the top of my
machine.
game. Get it?
I say we land here. I say we land here. This might be a good place to land.
Perfection.
Enemy over there.
Bunch of people in
I wonder what
containment.
they found. Let's go. There's someone over there.
Let's do this. No, an enemy landed near me. Please respect my personal space.
First blood. That was quick.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
The next ring is quite far.
Yeah, there's a blue on me right here.
I've got an Evo shield here. It's cool. Level 2. 1 minute. The
Enemy
ring is
plane
far.
has been looted. Lovely idea. Taking fire.
Coming.
Shooting. Frag out.
Just needed some ammo.
I shattered an enemy's shield. 45 seconds until the ring closes. Another squad. Enemy there. Cut down an enemy. I'm under fire. Time to bind you. Throwing an arc star. Reloading.
I've got an Evo shield here. It's cool.
Grenade incoming. I can make use of that.
Oh, he's
Giving my shields a recharge.
At me. I cracked an enemy shield. Enemy down. Taking fire. Shattered an enemy shield.
Frag out. Giving my shields a recharge.
I spy an enemy.
coming. Don't worry.
Found. Caught. Like a rat in a trap. Reloading. Damage unit forward.
We just eliminated the whole squad. Exciting.
Impressive kill. Focus. Do not let them best you again. I'm the kill leader. They should have stayed out of my way.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Ooh, I feel. Recharging my shields.
1 moment. Gotta use.
Welcome to the shop. Eu tenho de tudo. Hold on, I need to heal. Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. Healing. Repairing damages. We should cover that area. On you.
Yeah, I'm in Costa Rica. And it's fucking loud, bro. Like the fucking house is like an open style house. And I'm on controller right now, so it's like hard to do tap to talk. Cause I had to buy a fucking
Shotgun bolt.
Walmart
Enemy
controller.
here.
I have a zip. I set a zip.
Supply ship here. I do love a good raid.
Yep. When I set a zip onto like this part.
Copy that.
Target there.
Setting up a zip line.
Yep.
Enemy down. Reloading.
Other one's like,
I'm grabbing
Half the squad's
enemy killed.
well, that worked out well. Good job, guys.
Looting here. Reloading. Recharging shields.
I'm pretty good. Keep moving.
Deploying an evac tower. Hold on, I need to heal.
Oh my god, how did you deploy that shit in front of me? Now there was one more, but I don't know where he is. Let me grab banner. Let me take this.
Let's go this way.
Body shield here. Level 4.
I might actually take that. Do one of you want that? Oh no, you got it. Take it. I need that Phoenix.
Body shield here. Level 4.
Oh, alright, here. Take this.
I've got an Evo shield here. It's cool. Shield cell here.
Healing.
Recharging. Moving here. Follow me. An acceptable selection.
You're welcome. I love you too, but I'm not in love with you.
Sniper stock here. Level 3. Healing.
No, maybe we should have went the other way through the choke. I have a evac tower, but it kind of sucks doing the evac from over here. They're by like market though. What was that?
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown. Attention. Supply ship inbound. Attention. Delivering replicator.
Replicator dropping.
Yeah, there's definitely people down here somewhere. I need health heals. I only have 1 syringe, though.
Let's secure this spot. Let's do some shopping.
One minute. We have time to strategize.
There's no. No, there we go.
Beleza. Another beautiful piece. 45 seconds until the ring closes. We've got time, but not much.
Hostile spotted.
Enemy
Hostile
there.
over there. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. The ring's close.
He's on white back there.
Taking fire. I cracked an enemy shield. Enemy shield cracked.
He's so one.
Reloading.
10 seconds until the enemy shield cracked. Recharging shields. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Using my Phoenix kit.
Healing. We're all outside the ring and a wall of death is coming our way.
Inside.
Taking fire. Right here.
I'm under
Octane
fire.
1 right here.
Come on, I still need you.
The entire squad falls.
Care package on the way. I like the sound of it.
I am repairing myself.
Shield battery here.
Recharging shields. Deploying. A grapple to nowhere. And everywhere.
Recharging my shield. Respawn beacon there. Beleza!
Care package over there.
I have a zip line.
Recharging shield.
Set it up to
Hold
the
on, I need
wall.
to heal.
I am repairing myself.
That location interests me.
Someone's already been there.
I got some materials for us.
Come
Yay!
on, we should regroup there.
I got some materials for us. Yay!
Delivering replicator.
Hold this spot. I don't like giving up what's mine. Heal, heal, heal. I'll keep watch over here. Zipline here.
Target spotted.
I got another
Deploying. A grapple to nowhere. And everywhere.
Got an enemy shield. Reload. Enemy down. Reloading. Enemy is at location. Enemy killed. A tear. Give us an edge.
Want to leave him solo again?
Recharging my shields.
Is that both of them, or there's still one more? Alright, let's leave him solo again. What's that?
Care package over there.
Oh, Prowler. I want that.
Forget that.
Oh, no, I want
Care package over there.
Quick, enemy in the distance.
Dope. I have another zip line, I just got it. I'm going for that Prowler, bro. Not gonna hold you. There's another
Let's
care package right there with a purple swap. Yo, there's another res right here.
Target spotted. Giving my shields a recharge.
We've got a minute until the ring closes. If you want it, bag it. I'm under fire. I see an enemy over there.
Using grapple. The ring is in close proximity. Less than 1 minute.
Recharging shield. They're shooting at me. Enemy here.
We're safe, like, down here.
Let's explore this way.
Like, where this whole shit is safe.
Recharging. Recharging my shields.
Might be something good this way.
Defend here. Don't let them walk all over us.
Great. Already inside the ring.
No, what? This spot is stupid. What the fuck? I didn't even know that's a thing. Any of you need bats? I could trade you bats for cells. if you
Someone's
want.
been there.
Or
Doubt there's anything
syringes.
good left.
Med kit here.
I need shields. An acceptable selection.
Cover these spots, darling.
Sun is zip up top.
I wonder what they found.
Oh, never mind. Oh, wait.
My bet we'll find
Actually,
it.
no,
Forget
okay,
it.
okay.
Someone's already been there.
Enemy
I see
there.
an enemy.
Yeah.
Shooting.
Trying to break that down.
We're not going to the ring. That anyone up for some shopping? 1 minute until the ring closes. There's someone over there.
We're busy.
Nice choice.
I am taking fire, friends.
You are coming home with me. Fire! Shattered an enemy shield.
Throwing frag.
Recharging my shield. Reloading.
Taking fire. We have 30 seconds. Prepare.
Friends.
Taking fire.
Healing.
Ready to fly on a zipline. I am. Look out, grenade.
Damage.
10 seconds until the ring.
The enemies are shooting at me. Recharging shields.
Recharging shields.
Taking fire.
When you get your thing, throw it down again so we can grab
Watch
nades.
out.
We're all
My shield to recharge.
They're shooting at me. I cracked an enemy shield.
Healing.
Reloading. Recharging. Defend this spot.
Come on, heal, heal, heal.
Recharging shields.
Repairing damages.
Shattered an enemy. Another squad attacking.
Dark Star.
Recharging my shields.
Recharging shields.
Enemy down. Taking fire.
Great. The ring is close.
I shattered an enemy.
Enemy shield.
Recharging my shields.
Whole squad down.
I
Now we
spy
can
an
loot
enemy.
them.
They will be found.
30 seconds remaining. The ring.
Enemy.
Hey, GG's.
You are the Apex Champions.
That's why. Didn't know those ran snipers. Goddamn.
I think we're going to do great, friend.
Gonna be a good match. I can feel it in me stash.
Skimmed up and ready to burn.
This is your champion. Do us all a favor. Kill them.
I'm the jump master. Jump this way.
I'm the jump master. Duh. Over there looks fun.
Getting hungry.
Heard that.
How the fuck did they get there so fast? Oh no.
Grappling.
Oh shit.
First blood has been taken. How wonderful.
First blood on the enemy.
Alt SMG here.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown to death.
We're already in the ring.
Broke that enemy shit.
Wait, got it.
Reload. Enemy down.
Taking fire. It's go time.
Shield.
Reloading.
One.
Down. Bad income shot though.
Reloading.
Reloading. Downed one.
Reloading. I killed an enemy. Fire, friends.
Yo, grabbing enemy shield. Reloading.
Charging on my shields.
I'm gonna go skip the res.
Using grapple. Don't worry, I'm here.
The ring's moving. I like it when you
I got you, friend. Friends, lucky us. We are already inside the ring. Frag out. On the enemy. Don't worry, I'm here.
Oh, what the fuck?
look at it this way. At least you get to die.
A match a day keeps the doctor away. Just kidding. I'm made of metal.
Each choice changes everything.
Here's your champion. Give this one a challenge, or die trying.
If not even like an escape the event horizon.
I'm
I
the
don't
jump
think you'll
master.
escape
I
me.
won't let you down. Except by falling.
Let's land here.
Copy that. Hold your breath if you have to breathe. An enemy landed near me. Shooting at me. Giving my shield a recharge.
Another squad's attack. Focus. Enemy shield broken. I've been down.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown to death.
Dead enemy. Taking fire. Good job, me. Hold squad down. I am repairing myself.
Well, I guess you...
Good luck. Have fun. Don't die.
Amateur hour is over. Time for the big leagues.
I haven't found my limit.
Yeah, this is a champion. The rest of you are primed for the ticket.
I'm a ne'er-do-well. One who does well, never.
This is a good LZ. Let's reposition there.
Can you feel the speed? Yeah, baby!
First blood has been taken. How wonderful. Round one. Beginning ring countdown to death.
We're already in the ring. Grapple.
Confirmed hit on Gogglebot. Vault key secured. I'll carry.
Materials here. Optics here. Sniper.
Got materials. Evac tower. Watching this spot. Looks like this area's been compromised.
We're already in the ring. Guess I'll run in circles for fun.
They're sticking a res over here.
Yo, got us some materials.
Thanks. Vault unlocked.
This is the most trash vault. Oh my
Snatch some materials,
god.
amigos.
What the hell? Disruptors. Alternator.
Yo, we should def check out that care package.
I just realized I'm not Pathfinder.
Hostile over there. Giving my shields a recharge. Taking a knee. Patching up.
Ha! Hitting me in the foot. Ready?
Enemy
Go!
spotted.
A whole other team flying in on them. You have a zip, or can one of you do a jump pad or something? Get height somewhere.
Tango spot.
Who's ready to fly on a zip line?
I am.
Spotted. Double timing it. Having smoke.
Champion out.
Kill later.
Thermite grenade.
Smoke out.
Oh, he's one.
Firing.
Grenade out.
There's one more right
Reloading. It's go time.
Confirm kill.
Good kill, friend.
Oh, an alternator.
Yo, cracked an enemy. Aki, over here.
Good work, team.
Contact.
Don't cut out.
I think this is bad. I think we should maybe go out.
Let's relocate there.
We're gonna focus.
Bad guys,
Oh,
let's do
drop
this.
down.
Down that one.
Give my shields a recharge.
They're shooting at me. Reloading. Reloading.
Heads up. Dropping the pain. Reloading. You'll be all right. I gotcha.
Amigos, regroup. Taking fire. Beating land. Reloading. I'm down. No bueno.
Pop in the chimney.
That's
Should've
what you
left
get for
there.
stealing the Paradise Lounge's bathroom.
Today smells like victory. I love pretending to smell.
When you're a master of black holes, relativity becomes, well, relative.
Fate will be on our side, Fly Fighter.
Let me know if you guys see a triple take
Here,
and a 3-time scope.
the rest of you are primed
Just a step in the right direction.
I'm Jumpmaster. I'd say
That
fasten your
sounds like you're
seatbelts,
getting
but
air
it's not
bombed.
that kind of ride.
Yeah, I'm
This
in
might be a
Costa
good
Rica
place
right
to
now.
land.
We do
Loud as
this
fuck.
for science.
Like the house, the style of the houses here is like super open. So like no matter what I do, the sound just travels through the house.
Shit.
And I'm on controller, so it's like hard as fuck to be tap and tell.
Stay safe, man. I need it.
You what? Oh, guy right there.
Hooligan on top of us.
He's not one's not.
That one's weak behind the bin.
I am taking fire. Reloading.
You got him.
Tossing thermite.
He's shield.
Hostile right here.
Enemy down.
I'm gonna shield up
Shields
there.
recharging.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Hostile crew.
I see him. He's trying to creep up on me.
Rejuvenating.
I'm gonna push him right here.
Repairing my damages.
No more numpties. They felt on tougher.
Brother, I need
Optics
this.
here. Close range.
Need what?
Good job.
Only 30 seconds
Oh
left.
shit.
Need to be res.
I thought our teammate was right there resing you.
Just a wee
My bad.
scratch, dear.
I am repairing myself.
Hit a cargo bot.
Almost there. We are close to the ring.
Flatline here.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
I think we should move that way.
Oh, go back.
Bless me with sight. Healing my wounds.
Heal it up.
I'm a little behind you.
Making contact with enemy.
One sec. I don't have a second gun. And I only have like 80 light. I mean 80 heavy.
Contact with hostile.
I have materials for us. Taking a moment to heal.
Actually, no, let's hit this one's in.
Bless me with sight. Making contact.
Yeah, there.
Opening fire on the enemy. Care package on high.
Toss
I am taking fire, friends. Broke down enemy shield. Recharging
Oh, there's another team.
She really pushed.
taking fire, friends.
Another third party.
Recharging my shields.
Go res you.
The squads are gone already? Fun.
Alright,
Dozy.
I'm gonna try to get in cover here.
Being shot at. Hey, watch my back, pals. There's a new kill leader out there.
Ah, he's on the
Just a wee
roof.
scratch, dear.
The kill leader is finished. Quite mysterious.
You have to.
Recharging.
We're gonna have to grab his banner. Pop a scan back here so I can see what's going on.
Our aim is clear.
Pick me up the close.
Scanning the area.
Crack that hooligan shield. Reloading.
I'm out of shotgun ammo.
Shoot at me.
Oh, Father, give me sight. I need help.
I need healing.
Shields recharging.
I'm just trying to
Back.
grab his banner.
Just a tick. Healing up.
I'm gonna grab banner.
I claim this banner in the name of science. Oh, and also teamwork.
Taking a moment to recharge my
Gonna take the jump tower to the other side and res him. Across the street.
Alright.
Feels like across the street. There's a fresh blue right
Let's
there.
head
You
in
see that
direction,
path?
darlings.
You can grab that
marking
blue.
our surroundings.
There's a vault key and that shit.
Let's head in that direction, darlings.
Circles closing. Everyone's gonna have to come over here.
Yeah, move it.
Optics here. Close range. G7 Scout here.
I have come to save the day. Maybe.
Taking a moment to heal.
Need a wee rejuvenation. Extended energy mag here. Level 1.
Scanning the area. Autobot. I am close.
An enemy landed near us.
Look at the map. The next ring is far.
Light ammo here. Recharging my shields.
I'll just go through.
That way calls to me.
Oh,
They're dropping a replicator. Taking damage, friends. Giving my shields a recharge.
brother. We gotta go this way, bro.
I am down.
No way. Grabbing banners, checking out.
Reloading. Shooting at me. Ring's far, and we've got about a minute. Recharging my shield.
GG's.
Right, dears. Time for a bit of a float.
Look at it this way. You get to die.
I know what you're looking for. I'm in.
This is your champion. Kill him.
Fast, hit fast, win fast.
Jump master. As above, so below.
Oh fuck, I forgot to switch back the path.
Hold on to your kilts, darlings. That way he calls to me.
Oh shit,
Another soft landing.
You guys see a triple take.
This time I'm down. On your feet, darling. Plenty of fight left in you.
Taking fire. I cracked his skin shield. Recharging shields.
Recharging my shields.
Healing.
Yo, he shot me through a door. What? He's one shot sticking a res right here.
Didn't tu madre ever tell you? Never try to beat an ox train.
Shot me through a fucking door. I'm hungry. Y'all get to see me cook. What's this?
I ain't got no television show. Why? Because you scared of me. Scared I'm gonna say something.
For decades, Bernie Mac was a beloved figure, known for his distinctive wit, unfiltered humor, and his unforgettable roles in films like Ocean's 11 and the acclaimed television series The Bernie Mac Show.
All right, let's go. Let's get up, Jordan. Let's get up. Where baby girl at? Good morning, Nessa. I bet if I stop feeding you, you'll have something to say.
When he departed this world in 2008 at the age of 50, the official narrative attributed his death to complications from pneumonia. However, as the years have rolled on, whispers and speculations on the actual cause of his demise have refused to die down within the comedy circuit.
They put him in a, compromising position that he really didn't want to be in.
In a community where laughter is a shield against pain, comedians have begun to speak out, alleging that there's more to Bernie Mac's death than meets the eye. They believe that the dark underbelly of Hollywood, with its hidden pressures and unspoken demands, may have played a role in his tragic end.
Well, you had said that you felt like they worked him to death. Yes, you were doing Ocean's 11 at the time?
I believe so, man, because, he told us that, man. He told us that,
For starters, Bernie Mac has faced numerous challenges in his life, and early on, he had to endure some particularly difficult moments. One of the most heartbreaking events in his life was the loss of his mother, brother, and father. His mother's battle with breast cancer played a significant role in shaping his life. During an interview with Howard Stern, Bernie revealed the emotional impact of his mother's illness. He recounted a moment when he came home excited after hitting a home run in a baseball game. However, when he entered his home and saw his mother, who wasn't fully covered, he noticed that she had a large scar on her chest. This was a moment of shock and realization for Bernie, as he saw that something was seriously wrong. His mother had a mastectomy, and Bernie was frozen with fear.
I was frozen, but I just kept looking. And she said, "Close the door."
Bernie's mother tried to shield him from the truth, asking him to close the door and not inquire further. It was a painful and confusing experience for a young Bernie, who turned to his grandmother for answers. She too directed him back to his mother, who continued to avoid discussing her condition. Despite the emotional turmoil, Bernie's mother prepared for her eventual pass-by, writing a 10-page letter to Bernie's aunt, explaining her death and offering guidance on how to take care of him. In this letter, she expressed confidence in Bernie's ability to persevere. The interviewer acknowledged that this was an emotionally charged story and appreciated seeing this vulnerable side of Bernie beyond his public persona as a funny man. Bernie emphasized the importance of being true to oneself and not being afraid to show vulnerability. He noted that his strength came from accepting himself for who he was. Well, young Bernie eventually grew up, and with growth came a new set of challenges. You see, there have been claims that Hollywood allegedly tried to force him to do strange things. Before achieving fame in Hollywood, the multi-talented comedian faced a challenging journey to stardom. Barnum. He was a dedicated family man, juggling a variety of odd jobs including janitorial work, cooking, and even moving furniture, all in pursuit of his comedic dreams. These early struggles laid the foundation for his relentless pursuit of success, and little did he know that the path ahead would demand a significant price. His breakthrough moment arrived with an appearance on HBO's Def Comedy Jam in 1992, a groundbreaking show that catapulted him into the spotlight. This was a pivotal turning point in his career, demonstrating that dreams could be realized even in one's 30s. However, it was his subsequent performance that left an indelible mark on the landscape of contemporary urban comedy. As he continued to climb the ladder of success, Mac began to realize that there were certain compromises the industry expected him to make. These compromises could be perceived as strange and ethically challenging. It's been claimed that Hollywood pressured him to engage in activities that went against his principles and values. Looking back, one might speculate that his unwillingness to cross those lines could be connected to the tragic fact that he is no longer with us. In fact, one fan revealed some of the shady things that Bernie was allegedly made to do in a tweet which they captioned. The agendas we see in Hollywood are not new. They have been trying to push this stuff on black shows for a while. Here is an old behind-the-scenes clip of a promotional shoot for the Bernie Mac show. They tried to get a teenage boy to sit on Bernie's lap, and he shut that down.
Did you wait?
No.
At first, it seemed like Mac might have been the only comedian that had to deal with the horrible parts of the industry. But it turns out that Mac might have just been the first to have figured it out, as several other entertainers have come out with crazy tales. One of those is Dave Chappelle, and would you believe me if I told you this man up and walked away from a $50 million deal in 2004? Well, let's just say Dave also had his own fair share of Hollywood's dark side. The actor and comedian spoke with Oprah in 2006, and it turns out that his experience might have even been worse than Mac's. During the interview, Chappelle shared insights on the dismissive and sick culture within Hollywood, which allowed many celebrities to be dismissed as being crazy when they brought up certain industry issues involving men wearing dresses.
I'm doing a movie with Martin. Yeah. The movie's doing good. So I walk in the trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in here.
There has been a decades-long stigma in the African-American community on men who wear dresses. The topic surrounding cross-dressing continues as the gender lines are being questioned, and for many, wearing a dress does not necessarily define their. In Hollywood, several black male comedians have portrayed feminine characters that wear dresses on television. While these characters like Shannon Jenkins from Martin and Medea have long been funny to some people, others have deemed these portrayals emasculating to the black man. And Chappelle, just like Mac, is one of those people. Chappelle gave an account to Oprah Winfrey during their interview about how everyone from the film's writers to the producers on a movie set attempted to persuade him to wear a dress.
He put this dress on, and possibly, no, I'm not doing that. I'm still comfortable with that. That should have been in the discussion.
The comedian, who shared that he was uncomfortable with doing so, described the insistent attempts from the controlling parties of the set, who all said, all of the greats did it at some point. But no matter how hard they tried, Dave Chappelle, conspiracy theorist to a degree, to feel as though there was an agenda to get prominent African-American actors in Hollywood to wear women's clothing. The A Star is Born actor begs the question, all the comics that I've seen, Strong Brothers, why they be putting us in these dresses?
It's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. Oh, well, all the greats have done it is kind of hacky right here, right? So why don't we just back to it? Because I'm still comfortable wearing a dress.
Unlike Chappelle, who is very vocal about not wanting to wear women's clothing, many other great comedians have opted to do so. For example, actor and comedian Eddie Murphy has done so on more than one occasion in notable films such as The Nutty Professor and his sequel, Wolf, Nutty Professor II, The Clumps, and Norbit. In any case, Hollywood allegedly did way more to Bernie than just force him to do things he wasn't comfortable doing. According to Reginald Ballard, Bernie was also being overworked by Hollywood.
When you had said that you felt like they worked him to death, yes, he was doing Ocean's 11 at the time?
I believe so, man, because
Reginald Ballard, who shared the screen with Bernie Mac in the star-studded ensemble of Ocean's 11, spoke candidly about the toll that Hollywood's relentless demands took on the beloved comedian. Ballard recounted that during the production of Ocean's 11, Bernie Mac confided in his fellow cast members about the exhaustive schedule he was enduring. He told us that he was doing so much, Ballard revealed. When Brad Pitt broke his ankle and production had to be delayed, it cut into Bernie's time for other projects like Guess Who. He had to rush and try to do a lot of stuff, and he felt that they didn't understand that it wasn't his fault.
they put him in a compromising position that he really didn't want to be in.
This revelation sheds light on the grueling pace at which Bernie Mac was forced to operate, juggling multiple film projects and promotional commitments back to back. The pressures of maintaining a demanding work schedule while navigating health issues began to take a toll on the comedian's well-being. Ballard further disclosed that Bernie Mac's health was a constant concern during the filming of Ocean's 11. The actor had been hospitalized prior to shooting due to health complications and was taking medications, including prednisone, which caused noticeable changes in his appearance. You know, we used to do a scene, and he had to go upstairs to his dressing room to get oxygen, Ballard recalled. He'd come back and do the scene again. He was basically working while he was sick. Aside from this, there were speculations that Bernie was overworking himself so as to prove his value in the industry. You see, Bernie began his career as a stand-up comedian in Chicago's Cotton Club. After he won the Miller Lite Comedy Search at the age of 32, his popularity as a comedian began to grow. In 1992, a performance on the third episode of HBO's Def Comedy Jam thrust him into the spotlight. After Martin Lawrence was unable to calm an increasingly hostile crowd, Mac went on stage and told the audience, "I ain't scared of you," and that he didn't come here for no foolishness. Mac opened for Dionne Warwick, Red Fox, and Natalie Cole. He played a small role in 1994's House Party 3 as Uncle Bester. He also had a short-lived talk show on HBO titled Midnight Mac. Later, Mac also acted in minor roles, playing Mr. Johnson, the no-nonsense owner of a grill and diner in the movie Bath, and Pastor Clever in Ice Cube's 1995 vehicle Friday. Following that role, Mac was chosen to play the title role in the 1995 Apollo revival of The Wiz. Mac had his first starring role as Dollar Bill, a silly, slick-talking club owner in 1998's The Players Club. In 2000, he joined fellow comedians in the film The Original Kings of Comedy. The Original Kings of Comedy is a 2000 American stand-up comedy film directed by Spike Lee and featuring the comedy routines of Steve Harvey, D.L. Hewley, Cedric the Entertainer, and Bernie Mac. Filmed in front of a live audience at the Bojangles Coliseum in Charlotte, North Carolina, the comedians give the audience their views about African American culture, race relations, religion, and family. The film was produced by MTV Productions and Latham Entertainment and was distributed by Paramount Pictures. It was shot over the last two nights, February 26th and 27th, 2000, of the Kings of Comedy tour with Harvey, Hewley, Cedric, and Mac. The show is intercut with footage of the comedians backstage, promoting the show on the radio, at the hotel, and during a basketball game. It was a critical and commercial success. The film's popularity led to multiple
Okie dokie. Milwaukee or listen to this fuck shit?
¡Ay! ¿Pero quién le cambió el celular viejo a Tita? Y le dio este chusito.
Que bate todo el crédito en el crédito 2023. Plazos sin intereses por 12 meses o la compra.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Milwaukee crime rates are 146% higher than the national average. Violent crimes in Milwaukee are 309% higher than the national average. While there are multiple Milwaukee gangs, like Gangster Disciples, Vice Lords, and multiple Chicago Hispanic gangs, the Milwaukee Hoods are mostly claimed and represented by the street, meaning the likes of Center Street, Burley, Hampton, Capitol Drive, and so on. The city also has multiple housing projects, ranging from the downtown area of Hillside and expanding to the far north side along Silver Spring in the Old West Lawn to Brown Deer Road and the Meadows.
No, man, you understand what the grimy shit you done seen out here, man? The grimy shit I seen out here was an old lady ass nigga right here, and the only thing they did was just walk over. Like that. Then step back and look. That's the grimy shit I seen. No bullshit. It's 19th Street. She was out here naked, though, man. What's wrong with her? What was wrong with her? She was a, you know what I'm saying? She was a veteran height. You know what I'm saying? That's all she was, a veteran. You know what I'm saying? She fucked up, ran off nigga money. Stinking is where she was from. You know what I'm saying?
While employed at HMP Oakwood in Staffordshire, England, 27-year-old prison officer Katie Loxton became romantically involved with inmate Adam Higgs. The illicit relationship lasted for roughly 6 months leading up to Loxton's arrest. On January the 27th of 2022, prison staff had alerted law enforcement after noticing that the woman was spending a significant amount of time on Higgs's block. The couple would communicate through a cell phone that the inmate had hidden in his cell. Investigators found that they'd been able to manipulate the security measures of the prison telephony system to hide their relationship from officers and inmates. Throughout their tryst, they'd spoken on the phone for more than 380 hours in 3,451 different calls. Nature Following Loxton's arrest, the police also found 3 handwritten letters from Higgs at the woman's home. Loxton admitted misconduct in a public office and was jailed for 12 months in August of 2023. The pair also pleaded guilty to transmitting or causing the transmission of an image or sound by electronic means from within a prison, and Higgs was handed an 8-month sentence for having the contraband cell phone. Number 8. Makana Milo. Hawaii woman Makana Milo was put on probation after admitting to stealing a luxury handbag from a Neiman Marcus in 2014. On July the 22nd of 2016, the transgender woman was carrying out a...
Yo, Kyle, I'm about to make that drink. If you want to see. Let me turn this volume down for this shit a little bit.
community service order at a park in Honolulu in exchange for having her criminal record expunged. On what was her 4th day on the job, Milo secretly recorded her supervisor on Facebook Live as he made advances towards her. The live-streamed series covered roughly 30 minutes of conversation, during which the supervisor, 47-year-old Harold Villanueva Jr., spoke to Milo inappropriately as he drove her around the park grounds in his truck. He was heard bragging about community service trysts, which included one young mother to whom Villanueva referred to as the best I had in a long time. He told Milo that she could leave early in exchange for performing intimate favors. 21-year-old Milo also reported that the supervisor had tried to hold her hand in addition to pinching and slapping her buttocks while she was cleaning park bathrooms. The footage went viral in the aftermath, and Milo also tagged the Honolulu Police Department in her posts, leading to Villanueva's arrest for 4th-degree assault. Milo subsequently took the videos down because she faced backlash from online users who accused her of egging the man on. Milo, however, justified her actions by saying that she was fearful for her safety and of not completing her court-ordered service, and thus chose to pretend that she was going along with Villanueva's propositions. Number 7. Roxanne Walker. In 2021, prison officer Roxanne Walker started working at HMP Berwyn in Wrexham, North Wales. Between May and October of that year, colleagues became concerned that she was often in the presence of and inappropriately close to inmate Daniel Carter. Walker, who was married at the time, had told other staff members that Carter was her type, and on one occasion, she was captured on CCTV stroking his arm and laughing while they were speaking closely. After she was reported, Walker was questioned during a support meeting in August, but insisted that while it looked dodgy, her relationship with Carter was purely platonic. When the inmate's use of the prison's phone system was investigated, it emerged that he'd added a contact, Leanna Baker, to his list, and the name would subsequently be proven to have been an alias for Walker. The authorities found that there'd been numerous calls made between them, in which they'd engaged in explicit conversations and talked about going away together. During the investigation, Carter was moved to HMP Cardiff, but the calls between him and Walker continued. The woman would eventually tell the police, "I've made a mistake. I've fallen in love with Daniel Carter. It's completely wrong." She was arrested, and at her home, officers found cannabis, which they determined was for personal use. Walker was the 18th guard to have been fired or arrested over developing relationships with inmates at Berwyn, contributing to the facility's reputation as Britain's cushiest jail. During the legal proceedings that followed, her attorney proposed that she'd been manipulated by Carter. The argument was that she'd recently been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, with experts assessing her as kind-hearted and caring but naive. In the spring of 2023, Walker received a prison sentence of 9 months, suspended for 2 years, and was ordered to perform 200 hours of unpaid work. Number 6. Jamie Melton. In the fall of 2022, a teacher at a private school in Tampa, Florida, was arrested for having relations with a student. 42-year-old Jamie Melton taught language and literature for the 10th and 11th grade at Carrollwood Day School. where tuition was a reported $20,000 per year, she invited the student to her home while her wife was out of town. On September the 9th of 2022, they reportedly had relations on the teacher's bed and on her couch. Melton was friends with the victim's father, who subsequently discovered the illicit tryst and informed her wife before reporting her to the authorities. Melton had instructed the victim to delete their messages, but investigators were able to recover some which seemingly confirmed the relationship. In one message, Melton said she was hungry, and when asked by the student what she wanted to eat, replied, "You." After they'd been together, the victim also received a message from the teacher which read, "I'm falling asleep where we shared our intimacy." Melton was taken to Hillsborough County Jail and held without bond on a battery charge. Sheriff Chad Cronister condemned the woman's actions in a statement, saying she violated the trust which the community had placed in her. Number 5. Tishania Love Brewster, the 39-year-old correction officer at Downstate Correctional Facility in Fishkill, New York, was arrested in February of 2013 after it was discovered that she'd been intimate with an inmate. Brewster had worked at the prison for roughly 7 years, and it was suspected that she'd been involved with the man since 2010. They'd allegedly meet in his cell block during the officer's shifts, and at the time of her arrest, Brewster was 6 months pregnant with the inmate's child. In addition to official misconduct, the woman was charged with felony abuse due to the fact that inmates couldn't legally consent to intercourse. Number 4. Ravi Sathivayan. Australian man Ravi Sathivayan was dubbed Australia's sleaziest boss by the media in 2015 after he'd allegedly harassed multiple female employees and sent them messages which were characterized as lewd and disturbing. Sathivayan was the manager of Brisbane panel beater business Underwood Accord Bodyworks, and all of his victims were young blonde women. Some of the messages he'd sent them read, "I will kiss your body and make you happy. You will drive me mad," or "I can't resist that beautiful body." The women spoke to reports from A Current Affair and revealed troubling details about their former manager's behavior. 18-year-old Chloe worked at the company as a receptionist for roughly a month and quit after being relentlessly pursued by Sathivayan, whom she repeatedly turned down. While rejecting his advances, Chloe reminded the father of 2 that she was only 18. Sathivayan nevertheless sent her messages that included ordering her, "You have to be my princess," and asking her to be his personal exotic dancer. The man would also touch Chloe inappropriately, try to kiss her, and ask her to sleep over at his house. Another of the women who'd come forward, 19-year-old Caitlin, reported similarly disturbing behavior, highlighting that Sathivayan had sent a crude message to her boyfriend claiming that he'd had relations with her in a car and that staff members had filmed them in the act. Much like the other victims, 20-year-old Amber, who'd worked at the company for 3 weeks, claimed that she'd been left traumatized by her interaction with Sathivayan. Looking back on the experience, Amber said, "You're just thinking about when's the next stroke or touch." Sathivayan became the focus of an investigation by Queensland police, but upon being interviewed by a Current Affair reporter, he vehemently denied making anyone feel uncomfortable. Number 3. Russell Thorne, Christopher Bevan, and Simon Dykes. Started in 2006 and leading up to 2010, a prison governor and 2 prison officers were determined to have been at the center of what was deemed as a culture of corruption at Downview Women's Prison in Surrey, England. Governor Russell Thorne, aged 41 at the time of his trial in 2011, was involved in an intimate relationship with a female inmate for roughly 3 years. The unnamed woman and Thorne became close shortly after she'd arrived at the prison. In July of 2006, the pair began flirting, and Thorne eventually moved the woman to a wing of the prison where she enjoyed more freedom and was closer to him. Their physical relationship progressed from kissing to intercourse after Thorne had reportedly called the woman into his office and told her, "Open your legs, that's an order." They continued to have relations, and Thorne would give his lover various gifts and alcohol, in addition to granting her favors such as weekend releases. When the woman noticed that another inmate had piqued Thorne's interest, she arranged for her to join them in their tryst. Dykes was accused of having intercourse with 3 prisoners, touching a 4th, and performing an intimate act on himself outside another inmate's cell. Bevan was also reported to have been involved with 2 female inmates. The relations that had occurred between the prison staff and inmates were reported to have been consensual in nature, but were partly based on the women getting various perks in exchange. Thorne, Bevan and Dykes were arrested and charged with multiple counts each of misconduct in public office, to which they pleaded not guilty. Updates on their cases indicated that Bevan, while heavily intoxicated, fell to his death at his home in Leith Towers, Grange Vale. The accident occurred on June the 6th of 2011, which was the first day of his trial. Thorne was jailed for 5 years, while Dykes faced a retrial as a jury failed to agree on a verdict. Number 2. David Thomas Solomon. While he was a teacher's aide at Falkville High in Alabama, Huntsville man David Thomas Solomon was accused of sleeping with a teenage student in the fall of 2015. Solomon, who was at the time in his mid-20s, and the student had been talking on Facebook for several weeks before she went to his father's home in Hartselle. They were reported to have had intercourse and deviate intercourse at the residence. Within several days, school officials and the police found out about the illicit relations. Falkville police questioned Solomon at his home, and he reportedly confessed to officers at the scene. Solomon's contract with the school was terminated in the incident's aftermath, and he was held at Morgan County Jail on a $5,000 bond. Our previous video about when hospital workers go wrong is coming up right after number 1. Stay put if you'd like to watch that one as well. Number 1. Autumn Wedgeworth. In the summer of 2014, East Mississippi Correctional Facility employee Autumn Wedgeworth was arrested for allegedly having intercourse with an inmate. The illicit affair involving the unnamed prisoner and the 33-year-old Meridian woman was discovered and reported by the Management and Training Corporation. The Lauderdale County Sheriff's Department provided no further information on the circumstances of the relationship or on how it had come to light. Wedgeworth was consequently charged with felony battery. She secured a $10,000 bond and was released from the Lauderdale County Detention Facility pending the legal proceedings into her case. Number 7. Jennifer Hall. In the spring of 2022, a former hospital worker was arrested roughly 20 years after allegedly administering a fatal dose of medication to a patient at Hedrick Medical Center in Livingston, Missouri, while Jennifer Hall worked as a respiratory therapist at the Rural Health Care Facility. From December of 2001 to May of 2002, there was an alarming increase of Code Blue patients who'd gone into cardiac arrest under suspicious circumstances. Of the 18 to have suffered sudden complications, 9 passed away, including 75-year-old Fern Franco. A wrongful death suit was subsequently filed by the families of 5 victims against the hospital, but the Missouri Supreme Court ultimately dismissed it, arguing that the statute of limitations had run out. The hospital, which was accused of covering up the incidents, fired Hall in 2002, a few days after the death of Fern Franco. Her termination was officially motivated by a past arson conviction, as she'd been accused of starting a fire at a previous hospital where she worked and was out on appeal at the time of her employment at Hedrick. Hall was eventually acquitted of arson at a retrial after spending a year in prison. In the aftermath of Hall's termination, the code blue patients at Hedrick returned to historical frequency. An investigation was reopened into the suspicious deaths after it emerged that Franco had substances in her system that hadn't been prescribed by her doctor. The woman, who'd been hospitalized for pneumonia, had been injected with lethal doses of succinylcholine, a relaxant that paralyzes the respiratory muscles, and morphine. She fatally suffocated while still conscious. Nearly 2 decades later, Hall was charged with first-degree murder for the incident, but the authorities didn't disclose a potential motive or whether she'd face further charges as of the latest updates. Number 6. Aisha Basharat. On January the 24th of 2021, a hospital worker was caught on CCTV purchasing various items from a vending machine while using the bank card of an elderly patient minutes after she passed away. 23-year-old Aisha Basharat was at the time working in the COVID ward at Birmingham's Heartlands Hospital in England. An unnamed 83-year-old succumbed to her condition at 1:56 p.m. Within 17 minutes, Basharat was recorded making several contactless purchases from a vending machine. Upon returning to work on January 28th, Basharat tried using the card once more, but by then it had been cancelled. The worker was arrested during the shift and initially claimed to have found the dead woman's card on the floor and that it had somehow gotten mixed up with her own possessions. It was revealed, however, that the cards were of different color and that Basharat had blatantly ignored the protocols regarding lost patient property. She went on to admit theft and fraud by false representation, for which she was given 5 months in prison, suspended for 18 months. Number 5. Warriran Lee. A 44-year-old hospital theatre support worker was jailed for 2 years and 3 months in 2022 after being found guilty of gradually stealing the savings of a disabled pensioner. Warriran Lee befriended Gerald Beach in 2006 while delivering his meals at his retirement housing complex in Aylesford, England. She went on to unofficially care for him for roughly 12 years, a time period during which the man's family claimed she took over one of his bank accounts and made withdrawals without his permission. As 83-year-old Beach, who suffered serious mobility problems, later told the authorities he'd allowed Lee to use his Nationwide account for various expenses. She was not, however, given permission to use his Lloyd's account, which the pensioner kept for rainy days. The woman somehow managed to obtain the PIN and made withdrawals at will, reportedly using the money during various trips abroad and to buy gifts for her family. A fellow retiree noted that Lee had a hold on Beach, and she informed social services that the caregiver was locking him in his home. As an official inquest commenced, the man discovered his Lloyd's account was virtually empty, holding less than $10. Between August of 2016 and June of 2018, Lee was accused of taking roughly $15,000 from him. She denied theft in court but was ultimately found guilty in April of 2022. Number 4. Stacey Hayes. Just before midnight on October the 4th of 2021, a nurse at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital in Philadelphia gunned down a co-worker. 55-year-old Stacey Hayes emerged from an 8th-floor elevator carrying a handgun and ambushed Anne Ray James from behind as he sat at his workstation. 43-year-old James succumbed to multiple gunshot injuries in a local hospital. While wearing body armor over his scrubs, Hayes drove several miles in a U-Haul before he got out of his vehicle and discharged an AR-15 into the air. Law enforcement responded to reports of gunfire and that an armed man in scrubs was in the area. They found Hayes at the School of the Future at 40th and Parkside, where the hospital worker engaged them in a shootout, letting off at least 69 shots from his assault rifle. Arsenio Perez, one of the 2 officers injured in the fire exchange, was subsequently told he might never fully regain the use of his right forearm. Hayes was critically shot in the neck and upper body during the shootout, but he eventually recovered to face justice for his crimes. He pleaded guilty to charges including third-degree murder and in August of 2022 was sentenced to at least 35 years in prison, which, given his age, was likely a life sentence. Even though law enforcement believed James's killing had been targeted, no concrete motive was provided for Hayes' actions. During sentencing, he only spoke to express remorse for his crimes. There was speculation that the man's actions had somehow been linked to an earlier confiscation of the small arsenal he owned. Prior to the rampage, the Philadelphia police had confiscated a 12-gauge shotgun with 12 rounds, a Panther AR-15 rifle, and a Smith & Wesson pistol with 3 magazines and 39 rounds from Hayes. Under unspecified circumstances, he petitioned a judge for the return of his firearms, arguing that they'd been purchased legally and that he wasn't a threat. The guns were handed back to him in June, and within months, Hayes went on the shooting spree. Number 3. Nicole Lorraine Linton. While working as a traveling registered nurse, 37-year-old Texas woman Nicole Lorraine Linton caused a horrific traffic accident on August the 4th of 2022 as she sped through a Los Angeles intersection. Even though a light had turned red for an estimated 9 seconds, Linton barreled through passing traffic in Windsor Hills. She smashed her Mercedes into several cars at up to 90 miles per hour. A harrowing video of the crash was picked up by multiple media outlets and showed Linton essentially cutting through other motorists. 5 people died in the fiery wreck, including a woman who was 8 months pregnant. Linton, who was living and working in LA at the time, survived and was subsequently charged with 6 counts of murder and 5 of vehicular manslaughter. Court documents obtained by the Los Angeles Times detail that the woman suffered from severe mental health issues, which had begun to manifest in May of 2018 while she was studying nursing at the University of Houston, Texas. That month, in the midst of a panic attack, she began running through her neighborhood before eventually slamming herself against the hood of a police cruiser. She was arrested for disorderly conduct and, in the days that followed, told her family she was possessed by her dead grandmother. Linton was checked into a psychiatric hospital and diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Further incidents in the years that followed came to include self-harming behavior, a naked rampage through her neighborhood, and leaping from windows. In the hours leading up to the crash, she called her sister displaying similarly erratic behavior. After going home from work to have lunch, Linton FaceTimed the woman while fully nude and told her that hospital co-workers were acting weird. She returned to work and minutes before the crash, called her sister to say that she was going back to Houston to get married and that she should meet her at the altar. As of early September 2022, Linton was held without bail while her mental health was further examined. Her defense argued that she should be placed in a mental health institution, claiming that a psychotic break had rendered her in an unconscious state at the time of the crash. Number 2. William George Davis. In 2017 and 2018, multiple patients at the Christus Trinity Mother Frances Hospital in Tyler, Texas, started experiencing unexplained complications while they were recovering from heart surgery. As they examined their CT scans, doctors found that the patients had air in their brains. An investigation subsequently connected the suspicious deaths to former nurse William George Davis. In April of 2018, about a month after he'd been fired from the medical facility, the 34-year-old was arrested. He was the only employee consistently around each of the patients, and surveillance video showed him entering and leaving their rooms moments before they experienced stroke-like symptoms. Davis was accused of injecting air into the catheters of roughly 11 recovering patients, 6 of which passed away. While some of the deaths were harder to prove, he was ultimately convicted of 4: John Lafferty, Ronald Clark, Christopher Greenaway, and Joseph Kalina. During his trial, Davis's defense tried to argue that the hospital was making him a scapegoat, simply because he'd been around each person at the time of their death. However, the prosecution maintained that the incidents weren't accidental. As evidence, they presented the recording of a jailhouse call between Davis and his ex-wife, in which he claimed that he wanted to lengthen the time that patients spent in the ICU so that he could earn more overtime. The jury only deliberated for 2 hours before sentencing the former nurse to death on October the 27th of 2021. The decision was automatically appealed. Number 1. David Fuller. In 1987, two women were murdered several months apart in Royal Tunbridge Wells, England, in a case that subsequently went cold for roughly 33 years. Wendy Nell and Caroline Pierce, aged 25 and 20 respectively, met their end in similarly gruesome fashion as both had been beaten, abused and strangled to death. Nell was killed on June the 23rd, and her body was found by her boyfriend inside her bedsit after she'd failed to turn up for work. Evidence indicated that she'd been assaulted either as she was dying or after her death. Pierce was abducted from outside her Grosvenor Park bedsit on November the 24th, and her lifeless body was found in a remote location 40 miles away 3 weeks later. The investigation into the incidents, which would come to be known as the Betsit murders, saw little progress until 2007. That's when a review of DNA evidence collected from both crime scenes revealed that they'd been carried out by the same unidentified perpetrator. Then in 2020, a DNA match linked the Nell and Pierce murders to David Fuller, a local electrician in his late 60s. He was arrested, and a search of his home revealed further disturbing crimes. Law enforcement found several hard drives containing numerous photos and videos that showed Fuller abusing over 100 female corpses in hospital mortuaries. The desecrations were carried out while he worked as a hospital electrician from 2008 to 2020 at the Kenton Sussex Hospital and the Tunbridge Wells Hospital. He pleaded guilty to the charges stemming from the corpse abuse prior to the trial for the murders of Nell and Pierce. While initially chasing a plea of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility, he eventually pleaded guilty to the double murder on November the 4th of 2021. Fuller was given a whole life sentence with a concurrent 12-year term for his desecration crimes, upon which the sentencing judge commented, telling him he became a vulture, picking your victims from among the dead. Thanks for watching. Would you rather spend a week in solitary confinement with your ex, or drop all social media activity for a month? Let us know in the comment section below.
Let's see what we're gonna watch next.
From an intoxicated employee to a supervising thief, here are 3 times when people got.
When a young woman receives a birthday gift, a doll from her mother, she is first elated, believing it to make a wonderful companion. But when the doll begins to move on its own, it soon reveals its malevolent nature. It will take the expertise of renowned demonologists and priests to help free them from the entity that now infests their lives. Will they make it out alive before it's too late? This is the untold story of Annabelle, the demonic doll of Connecticut. And this story just may make you think twice about your keepsakes. Our story begins in 1970. 25-year-old Deirdre Bernard has recently moved to her first apartment with her two friends. An engaged couple named Laura Clifton and Cal Randell. Her mother had bought her a gift for her birthday and hoped that it would keep her daughter's spirits up and spread joy to her new home as she pursued her education in nursing. Deirdre loved the gift, finding its rosy red cheeks with hair to match to be a fun companion for her new journey in life. Shortly after admiring her new doll, she placed it on her bed with its arms and legs out. For the next several days, it became routine for Deirdre to come home from her studies, spend time with the doll, and then place her back in the exact same position with its arms and legs out on her bed. Oddly, however, after the first several days of this new routine, the young woman began to notice that something wasn't quite right. Every morning she would lay her doll back on her bed before heading to school, with its arms and legs stretched out. Yet every night upon her return, she would find the doll in different positions. Sometimes the doll's legs would be crossed, and other times its arms. And as the days went on, it would even start to be seen in different parts of her room, oftentimes with its arms pointed outward. But Deirdre's room would not be its only occupied space. The doll would begin to be found in various positions all over the apartment. And Deirdre wasn't the only person who was witnessing these bizarre manifestations. Her two roommates would seem to bear witness. Her roommate Laura, who was also a trainee nurse at the time, and her fiancé Cal. Upon opening the door to their apartment, they would find the doll kneeling before them in a chair, facing the door, as if it had been waiting. Waiting for them to return. This night.
Well, I'm just one of those girls that can do a lot of.
Her making a statement, an admissible statement, and she said, "Dominic, I'm going to crash this car."
Halloween. For 3 months after the accident, she would only wear his clothes. She would only eat the snacks he ate. She would only listen to the music he wrote, okay? wanted Xavier. I'm so deeply sorry. I hope one day you can see a doctor from this past before you went on purpose. I wish I could remember what happened. I'm just so sorry. I'm heartbroken.
In today's episode, we'll be discussing the case of Mackenzie Sherilla, a seemingly ordinary girl from Strongsville, Ohio, one of the most prominent suburbs of Cleveland. Mackenzie was born in 2004 to parents Natalie and John. Those who know her would describe her as privileged, the kind of girl who would always get what she wanted. With just one other sibling, it wasn't unusual for Mackenzie's parents to spoil her, allowing her to pretty much have anything she wanted. This 17-year-old girl, who appeared to have dreams of becoming a social media influencer and model, was not used to hearing the word no. In fact, as she got older, her behavior started to change for the worse. The spoiled young girl was becoming a rebellious teen who didn't seem to care about any possible consequences of her actions. Past friends and acquaintances of hers have said she was only becoming more selfish, doing things that benefited her, even if that was at the expense of others. Always getting away with just about anything, Mackenzie continued to do what she wanted, believing she was untouchable. Once she started high school, she began using narcotics and breaking and entering into buildings just for the fun of it. Despite her selfish and entitled behavior, along with her use of narcotics, there was one person who thought she was a sweet girl, Dominic Russo. Dominic, born on September 24th, 2001, to Christine Agnello and Frank Russo, was the youngest of 7 siblings and best known for making everyone around him smile. Most would describe him as the kind of guy who always had a smile on his face. So it was no surprise that he would put a smile on Mackenzie's face, eventually getting into a serious relationship with her. You see, from the moment she saw him, Mackenzie knew she wanted to date Dominic. He was the kind of guy that was just her type. 3 years her senior, Dominic was known for his infectious smile. He was friends with just about everyone. Those who knew him said he had major dreams for the future and wanted to make something of himself. They believed he could do anything he set his mind to simply because of his incredible personality. Dominic was the opposite of selfish. But you know what they say. Opposites can easily be attracted to one another. Dominic started to fall hard for Mackenzie and enjoyed spending time with her. He felt as though she brought a sense of joy and happiness to his life. But that joy would soon fade as his relationship with Mackenzie became toxic. At the beginning of the relationship in 2021, Mackenzie played the role of an innocent, sweet girl. However, it wouldn't take long for Dominic to realize she was the jealous type. Those who knew the couple personally knew that things weren't always rainbows and butterflies, with the two often at odds with one another, to the point that minor disagreements would typically escalate even further. On social media, their relationship looked amazing, and things were in the beginning, but the relationship would take a turn for the worse in little to no time. Mackenzie wanted Dominic to do what she wanted. She was demanding and controlling, and Dominic didn't like it. The problems between the two continued to escalate, with Mackenzie acting out whenever she didn't get her way. Fighting both publicly and personally at home opened the eyes of those around them, with some encouraging Dominic to leave the relationship. According to one witness, a former friend of Mackenzie's who wishes to remain anonymous, Mackenzie had made violent threats in the past amid an argument with Dominic, threatening to crash her car while he was riding in the passenger seat. And while those around them thought this was just Mackenzie speaking out of anger, no one could prepare for what was yet to come. What would begin as a romantic relationship between Mackenzie and Dominic would ultimately turn into a nightmare, causing Dominic to lose his life along with a friend of his, Davian Flanagan. So what happened, and how did 2 innocent young men lose their lives? It all began with Dominic choosing to end the relationship with Mackenzie. Growing tired of the constant issues between the two, Dominic decided he wanted to take a break. He felt it was necessary, yet Mackenzie disagreed with that. Even so, Dominic held his ground and ended things with Mackenzie. It wouldn't take long for her to show up to his house, threatening to key his car if he wouldn't let her inside. Dominic recorded several of these interactions between the two, not realizing they would one day be used in a courtroom to prove that Mackenzie was obsessed with Dominic and would make sure that if she couldn't have him, no one else would. Now, keep in mind that up until this point, Mackenzie was always getting what she wanted, so the thought of not getting Dominic upset her. It got her to the point that she threatened him with violence and also begged him to take her back at the same time. When she saw that her threats and erratic behavior weren't convincing Dominic to get back together, she decided to take a different approach. In what appears to be an attempt to trick Dominic, she eventually calmed down, stopped making threats, and tried to play it cool, ensuring Dominic would want to hang out with her and spend time together. She wanted Dominic and everyone else around the couple, including Dominic's family, to believe she changed. It was because of her behavior change that Dominic eventually agreed to get back together with Mackenzie, and the two made the relationship public by attending a party with friends, including Davian Flanagan. After the party ended in the early morning hours of July 31st, 2022, Mackenzie was driving around with Dominic and Davion in her 2018 Toyota Camry. Of course, this was nothing out of the ordinary because the couple had gotten back together. Most importantly, they'd gone to the party together and now seemed to be going home together. For this reason, Dominic had no reason to expect that anything unusual would occur. It's believed that at some point, Mackenzie started to act out again, proving to Dominic that she hadn't changed. Although he cared for her, he was tired of the back and forth between the two, and likely had planned on ending the relationship once and for all because it just wasn't working out. However, Mackenzie wasn't going to let that happen. At around 5:30 a.m., while riding with Dominic and Davio in the car, Mackenzie drove her 2018 Toyota Camry down a 3/4-mile road, continuously pressing on the gas pedal to accelerate until her vehicle hit a speed of 100 miles per hour before crashing into a wall. What has been referred to as a hell on wheels situation would cause Dominic and Davion to die at the scene. However, Mackenzie survived the accident and would later be hospitalized for countless injuries after being trapped in the vehicle for over 45 minutes. In the aftermath of the accident, there was a lot of confusion. Parents of both Dominic and Mackenzie were attempting to communicate about the accident, not knowing what had actually transpired beforehand. And when Mackenzie discovered that the accident caused the death of her boyfriend, Dominic, she did what one would expect any grieving girlfriend to do. She posted about how much she missed him on social media for the world to see. But did she really miss him? Soon after the accident, local authorities began looking into the cause of the accident, only to discover surveillance footage that showed Mackenzie's vehicle flying down the road at an extremely high rate of speed. Not only did the authorities now have this footage to go by, but they also had statements from friends and family who described the tumultuous relationship between Mackenzie and Dominic, with some stating she'd threatened to get behind the wheel of her vehicle and crash it to end it all on more than one occasion. And that is exactly what the prosecution believed Mackenzie did. Drove her vehicle into a wall with Dominic and Davion as passengers to ensure that if she couldn't have Dominic, no one else could either. It appears that she acted out of rage and frustration, not thinking long-term about how this accident could take the lives of two innocent people. While building a case against Mackenzie, the prosecution discovered that during her brief stint in the hospital after the accident, Mackenzie and her mother were seeking employment with a modeling agency in Los Angeles. Prior to facing criminal charges, but after her release from the hospital, Mackenzie didn't appear to be the breathing girlfriend she wanted others to think she was, as she attended concerts and Halloween parties while posting videos of her reckless behavior on social media platforms, such as TikTok. According to Mackenzie's mother, she didn't want to do things and was pushed to go out and have fun after experiencing something so traumatic. However, it seems the trauma of the car accident didn't have much of an impact on her as she posed for the camera while making TikTok clips saying things like, "I'm the one you die for," and "I'm not even cool, I'm just one of those girls who can do a lot of drugs and not die. Mackenzie Sharilla would eventually be charged with 4 counts of murder, 4 counts of felonious assault, aggravated vehicular homicide, drug possession, and possessing criminal tools. According to authorities, in addition to speeding and driving recklessly, which caused the death of 2 individuals, Mackenzie was also under the influence of THC at the time of the accident. During the trial, some doctors stated Mackenzie was remorseful for her actions and appeared ashamed of what transpired. Her lawyer attempted to make excuses for her, which included listing the possibility of her losing control without having the ability to come to a stop due to a health emergency. Despite attempting to paint her as a loving girlfriend who never meant to cause any harm while driving with her boyfriend and his good friend, the prosecution had evidence to back their claims of her carelessness. They stated that Mackenzie reportedly asked police if they could just take her license away for 10 years or something like that, instead of serving time for what she had done.
It was for her to make a statement, an admissible statement, and she said, "Dominic, I'm going to crash this car." We find that it is especially an important for her state of mind just 2 weeks later when she used the car to kill Dominic.
The crash. Strongsville police were notified that they had received concerning emails from the community that the defendant and her mother were seeking employment with the Los Angeles modeling agency. Kenzie Sharilla said to Vitali, "Thank you for the comment. I would love to work with you guys. I've been emailing you guys a lot. Such a great opportunity. Thank you." Shortly after being released from the hospital, the police were provided additional videos of the defendant from her wheelchair as she attended a concert down in the flats. And again, Your Honor, I'm introducing these to the court to show the shocking lack of remorse.
Halloween. For 3 months after the accident, she would only wear his clothes. She would only eat the snacks he ate. She would only listen to the music he wrote, okay? She was laying in bed for 3 months, crying. So she was crying for 3 months. So her friends asked if she wanted to go out trick-or-treating or something, and it was like, "Oh, you." And she didn't even want to go. She said, "I don't know, should I even go?" She couldn't even walk yet, barely. So I told her, I said, "Baby, please go." Dominic, okay, I'm asking you for a leniency because this was a tragic accident she does not remember. David, he's a new friend. I'm so sorry. No. They all loved each other. They all spent every day together. You know what I mean? I don't know too much for him. Sorry? It's not a problem at all. It was wonderful.
And all of their lives have been irrevocably changed because of the actions of the defendant. The unintended and collateral consequences of a selfish, intentional, and poor decision by Mackenzie will ripple forever in time.
After a 4-day non-jury trial, Mackenzie was sentenced on August 21st to 15 years to life in prison with the possibility of parole. A sentence that Dominic's mother sees fit for someone who stole the life of her son, along with his best friend. On the other hand, Dominic's father says he doesn't want to see Mackenzie spend the rest of her life in prison, but agrees that a punishment is necessary for her careless act, whether intentional or not.
The video clearly shows the purpose and intent of the defendant. She chose a course of death and destruction. Exhibit A crystallizes the net decision-making of the defendant. She morphs from a responsible driver to literal allied wheels as she makes her way down the street. The defendant controlled all the events. She chose the day. Specifically, she chose the day just before her 18th birthday. She chose to drive the car, the time to drive the car. She chose an obscure, previously scouted route through an industrial parkway. She chose the target to hit and the victims. No reasonable pathfinder could view the totality of evidence. In this case, you come to any conclusion. Her actions were controlled The court, having had count one trucks with pursuance waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Sherrill, guilty for committing felony suicide.
So, what do you all think? Did Mackenzie have some sort of health emergency that caused her to lose control of the vehicle, or did she purposely leave her foot on the gas, accelerate as fast as she possibly could, and crash into a wall to put an end to her relationship with Dominic once and for all? When asked to address the court, Mackenzie said, "I'm so deeply sorry. I hope one day you can see I would never let this happen or do it on purpose. The families of Dominic and Davion, I'm so deeply sorry. I hope one day you can see I would never let this happen or do it on purpose. I wish I could remember what happened. No matter what happened that morning, one thing is for sure. 2 young men lost their lives, leaving families, friends, and loved ones behind to grieve. As a result, Mackenzie, who is 19 years old and was 17 years old at the time of the crash, will serve the next 15 years of her life in prison before she becomes eligible for parole. Thank you all for joining us on this gripping journey through the darkest corners of the human psyche. If you enjoyed this video and want to uncover more spine-chilling tales, be sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell. You won't want to miss a single episode. Remember, truth is often stranger than fiction, and our mission is to bring you the untold stories that lurk in the shadows. So, make sure you're subscribed to our channel to stay up to date with our latest investigations, in-depth analysis, and shocking revelations. Furthermore, if you have a thirst for more mysteries and unsolved cases, we've curated a playlist of our most compelling episodes just for you. Click on the screen to dive deeper into the dark abyss of human nature and explore the enigmas that continue to perplex us. Lastly, we want to express our deepest gratitude to our incredible community of true crime enthusiasts. Your passion, engagement, and comments fuel our determination to bring you the most compelling content. Together, we stand as seekers of truth in the face of darkness. As we conclude this chapter, remember to stay curious, stay vigilant, and stay safe.
On Friday, April 17, 1993, 59-year-old millionaire Dale Ewell was flying his Beechcraft Bonanza single-engine airplane thousands of feet above Fresno, California. Dale was a handsome man with blue eyes and dark hair that was starting to turn gray. He was flying his plane from where he lived in Fresno to a small airport about 45 minutes away because he was going to meet his wife and kids at the family's beach house for Easter weekend. In the cockpit, Dale looked out at the clear blue sky and listened to the hum of the plane's engine, and suddenly any stress he might have been dealing with just kind of disappeared. Airplanes had been a huge part of Dale's life for almost 40 years, and he never felt better than when he was flying. In the 1950s, Dale had flown twin-engine turboprop planes as a member of the United States Air Force, and then after he left the military, Dale had gotten a job selling small airplanes to private pilots and California ranchers for a company owned by a man named Frank Lamb. Frank had taken Dale under his wing and taught him everything he could about the airplane industry, and Dale had turned out to be a very gifted airplane salesman. Part of Dale's skill as a salesman was that he was very charming and he felt comfortable talking to all kinds of people, but really the main reason Dale had been so successful at selling planes was because his love of being a pilot really rubbed off on people. And when he talked to potential clients about the peace and the awe he felt when he was flying, they wanted to experience the same thing. And so Dale had quickly moved up the company ladder, and when Frank had stepped away from the business 20 years earlier, Dale had taken over and become the owner and president of the company. Once Dale was in charge, he had started making a lot of money, and he invested that money really well. So in 1992, as Dale approached his 60th birthday, he was worth about $8 million, which would be over $17 million in 2023. When Dale got to be about 20 miles away from the airport where he was going, he radioed air traffic control and got clearance to make his final approach. Dale descended to an altitude of about 2,000 feet and then started the landing procedure. And when he touched down on the runway, he was already looking forward to flying again in a couple of days. But first, he was eager to spend some time relaxing with his family. Dale got into a car that he had arranged to have waiting for him at the airport, and then he drove a few miles to Pajaro Dunes, a small upscale beachfront community in Northern California. He made his way down a secluded street, past large homes that looked out onto the Pacific Ocean, and then finally he pulled up to his own beach house, he parked his car, and stepped outside. His wife, Glee, and his daughter, Tiffany, were sitting on the porch waiting for him. Glee and Tiffany had driven to the beach house together the day before. Glee, who had short brown hair and a big smile, stood up and kissed her husband when he stepped onto the porch. Glee and Dale had been married for 31 years, and when they had started making a lot of money, Glee had really committed herself to community service and philanthropy. And so as a result, back in Fresno where they lived, Glee was admired as a community leader. But Glee had a past that most people in Fresno didn't know anything about. She was extremely smart and she had a talent for speaking foreign languages. And in the late 1950s, before she and Dale had gotten married, Glee's skills had landed her a job in South America as a translator for the Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA, which is a federal agency in the United States that specializes in foreign intelligence. Glee's children thought it was exciting that their mom had once worked for the CIA, but Glee thought about her time in South America like it was from a different life. On the porch, Glee and Dale's daughter, Tiffany, got up and hugged her dad. Then she opened the door, and they all went inside the beach house. Tiffany was 24 years old, with cropped blonde hair and a smile that was almost identical to her mother's. She was quiet and reserved around people she didn't know, and in fact, she'd been named the shyest person in class when she was in college. But Tiffany's family and her few close friends knew she was funny and sweet and a great person to talk to once she'd let her guard down. So Dale, Glee, and Tiffany spent a lot of that day just talking to each other, and their main topic of conversation was the youngest member of the family, Dana, and his new girlfriend, Monica Zent. The two had met at their dorm at Santa Clara University, which was a little over an hour from the beach house. And the next day, Dana was supposed to bring Monica out to the beach house to meet the rest of his family. The following morning, 20-year-old Dana Ewell pulled up to the front of the beach house in his gold Mercedes-Benz, and he, along with his girlfriend, Monica, got out of the car and walked towards the front door.
Premium es YouTube sin anuncios y YouTube Music Premium, una app solo para reproducir música sin interrupciones. YouTube Premium es mucho más que sin anuncios. Prueba un mes de regalo.
Dana was tall and thin with dark brown hair, and this day he wore a t-shirt and jeans. But that outfit was actually kind of unusual for him. Most of the time, when Dana went anywhere, even to his college classes, he wore a tailored Armani suit, which is very fancy. Dana looked up to his father, and he really wanted to be successful like his dad was, and so he thought it was important to dress the part. Dana and Monica walked inside the beach house, and Dana right away called out for his parents. Monica looked around the large front room and listened to the sound of the ocean just outside, and she was kind of in shock. Monica's father was an FBI agent, so she had not grown up around people who had as much money as Dana and his family. So the gold Mercedes, the beachfront property, the airplanes, and the whole lifestyle the Ewells led was just all so new to her. Dale, Glee, and Tiffany came into the front room from the kitchen and said hello to Dana and Monica. Then Glee asked Monica to go on a tour of the beach house, really just so Glee could get to know her son's new girlfriend a little bit better. And later that day, while Monica was spending time with Glee and also with Tiffany, Dana and Dale went to play tennis on a court that was reserved just for residents of this small beach community. As they played, Dale talked to his son about the airplane business, but he really wanted to hear about how Dana was doing at school. Dana said classes were going great and that he really liked his girlfriend Monica, so he was excited that the family was finally getting to meet her. Dana also said that he really hoped the entire family would get to spend more time together as a whole once this semester was over. And then the two of them started talking about their favorite topic, flying. Dana said that he wanted to get into piloting helicopters, so instead, Dale said they should find a good place for him to take lessons that was not too far from school. They played tennis for a bit longer, and then they headed back to the beach house. Later that night, a few hours after dinner, Dale and his wife Glee were lying in bed, and they began talking about how lucky they were to have this beach house, this really nice place where the whole family could go and spend time together and just kind of be away from everything for a little while. Glee said that she knew the kids were growing up and they had their own lives and interests, but she just hoped that Dana and Tiffany would keep coming to the beach house even when they were older and had families of their own. On April 19th, the following day, Dale helped his wife and his daughter load up Glee's gray Cadillac with the suitcases and cooler of food that they had brought to the beach. Dana and Monica were going to have Easter dinner with Monica's parents, so they had already left. Once Glee's car was loaded, Dale gave his wife and his daughter a kiss and told them he'd see them when he got home. Then Dale got into his own car and drove to the airport so he could fly his plane back to Fresno. Tiffany climbed into the passenger seat of the Cadillac, and Glee got behind the wheel, and then a couple of minutes later, they began their drive back home. It would take them 3 hours to complete the drive, but they made a pit stop about halfway through and grabbed some food at a fast food restaurant called Foster's Freeze, which was Tiffany's favorite place to get a milkshake. Finally, at about 5 p.m., Glee and Tiffany pulled into the driveway of their large ranch-style house in a secluded, wealthy neighborhood in Fresno. The house had a sprawling front yard that was beautifully landscaped with huge trees and a stone fountain in the center of the yard. Glee opened the garage door and pulled the Cadillac inside. Dale's car wasn't there, but that didn't surprise her. Even though the flight Dale had made was short, Glee knew he would spend some time at the airport making sure everything was all right with his plane. Tiffany got out of the car. She was carrying her drink from Foster's Freeze. Glee went around to the back seat, grabbed the cooler, and then followed Tiffany into their house. Once they were inside, Glee stopped to put the cooler down, but Tiffany kept on walking, and she disappeared down a hallway that led to the kitchen. Then, Glee thought that she heard something fall onto the floor down the hall, so she called out to Tiffany, but Tiffany didn't call back. So Glee walked into the hallway where Tiffany had just been, and when she did, she screamed, turned around, and started running. That night, Dana sat at the dinner table with his girlfriend Monica and her parents at Monica's parents' house. They had just finished a large Easter dinner, and Dana thanked Monica's parents for letting him spend the holiday with them. Then, not long after that, Dana and Monica drove back to their college campus in Dana's car. When they got to Dana's dorm room, he called home, but nobody answered. Dana thought it was odd that they were not picking up, because he figured by now his family would be back from the beach. But Monica told him that they might have gone out for Easter dinner, or maybe they had all been worn out from the trip and just went straight to bed. But the following afternoon, Dana called home again after his classes, and there still was not any answer. So Dana called his father's office. And his father's assistant said that Dale had not checked in with her that day, but she thought it was possible that maybe Dale was just taking another day off after Easter. Dana said it seemed really strange to him that his dad had not even called the office to let her know. Dana finally hung up the phone, and then he went to find Monica in her dorm room. And as soon as Monica saw him, she knew something was wrong. Dana was pacing back and forth, and he had a really worried look on his face. Monica asked what was going on, and he told her that he still couldn't get a hold of his parents or his sister. Monica stood up and walked over to him and put her hands on his shoulders and tried to get him to calm down. And she said if he was really worried, he could totally call her dad because he was an FBI agent and he would know what to do. Dana said he really was worried, so Monica did call her father and then handed the phone over to Dana. Dana thanked Monica's dad for talking with him, and then he told him what was going on with his family. And Monica's dad pretty much immediately urged Dana to just stay calm, and then he also told Dana that, he would be happy to look around on his end to see if he could learn anything about what was going on with them. Later that day, Monica's dad would call Dana back, and even though he didn't have much information, what he did know was the Ewell's Home Security Alarm Company had not gotten any indication that the alarm had gone off or that anything out of the ordinary had occurred at the house. After hearing this, Dana did feel a bit more relaxed, and Monica would say to him that, probably he just missed his family at the house when he had called. Dana figured she was right, and he told her that he would just try to get a hold of them in the morning if they still had not contacted him by then. The next day at 9 a.m., so this was April 21st, 2 days after Glee and her daughter Tiffany had gotten back to their home in Fresno, the Ewell's housekeeper walked up to their front door, unlocked it with a key that she had, and she went inside. She was surprised that the alarm didn't beep when she walked in. The family was usually gone when she was there, and they almost always set the alarm when they left. So the housekeeper called out for Glee to see if she was home, but nobody responded. Then the housekeeper walked through the foyer into the living room that had high vaulted ceilings, and she got scared. Cushions from the couch were on the floor, and pictures had been pulled off the wall. The housekeeper called out to Glee again, but still nobody responded. And so the housekeeper took a breath and tried to calm her nerves, but when she walked into the hallway that led to the kitchen, she immediately screamed and ran back through the house out the front door, and when she got out there, she just happened to see a man walking towards her, and she began screaming out at him. The man tried to figure out what was going on. He would say that he was the Ewell's neighbor, and that their son, Dana, had called him that morning because Dana was worried about his parents. The housekeeper just shook her head, started to cry, and pointed to the Ewell's front door. The neighbor would go inside, and he would see the house was a total mess. Then he too stepped into the hallway, and immediately he ran to the phone and dialed 911. A few minutes after that 911 call, the sound of police sirens cut through the quiet morning in the Ewell's wealthy Fresno neighborhood. Lead investigator John Souza of the Fresno County Sheriff's Department parked his car in front of the Ewell's house and stepped outside. It was a warm spring day, about 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Souza was short with dark hair and a thick mustache, and it was bright out, so he had his sunglasses on. From behind his glasses, he could see that the police sirens had already attracted a crowd. People up and down the street were now standing on their lawns, just staring over at the Ewell's house, wondering what was going on. Detective Souza saw the Ewell's housekeeper and the neighbor, who had called 911, standing outside. The housekeeper was inconsolable, and the neighbor looked like he was still in shock. So Souza walked up to them and tried to calm them down and told them everything was okay now, and then at some point the neighbor told Souza what he had seen inside of the Ewell's house. Another squad car pulled up, and Deputy Chris Curtis got out. He was young and tall with light brown hair. Souza asked the neighbor and the housekeeper to please wait outside, and he told them that other officers would arrive soon to ask them more questions. Then Souza took off his sunglasses and waved Deputy Curtis over to him, and then the two of them walked into the Ewell's house together. Every room Souza and Curtis walked through inside of the house looked like it had been totally ransacked. Souza had spent his early days in law enforcement in the robbery unit, and he told Curtis that in all his time investigating robberies, he'd never seen a house in this state. It was like whoever had done this had opened and emptied virtually every cabinet and drawer and littered the floor with everything the Ewells owned. Then Souza and Curtis walked down the hall towards the kitchen, and they found the first body. Dale was lying face down, dead in the hallway. A pool of dry blood had formed under his face, and several unopened newspapers were scattered across the floor. Souza thought it looked like rigor mortis had already started to set in on the body. Rigor mortis is when muscles in a body stiffen after death, and so Souza wondered if Dale had been dead for days. Souza and Curtis walked further down the hall, they came to the kitchen, and they stopped again, because on the kitchen floor, they saw Tiffany lying face down like her father. Blood had run across the kitchen floor, and a drink had spilled nearby. Then they went back into the hall, walked into a home office, and found the third body. Glee was lying on her side, and massive amounts of blood had pooled behind her. Not long after Souza and Curtis found Glee, the forensics team arrived and started looking for evidence on and around the bodies. And while they did that, Souza and Curtis searched the rest of the house. The door to the main bedroom was open, and Souza could see that the bedroom looked even more torn apart than the rest of the house. He and Curtis walked into the room and saw that every drawer of a large wooden dresser had been opened, and clothes were all over the floor. Souza walked over to a vanity table and saw an open jewelry box that had been emptied. It seemed clear that whoever had killed the Ewells had also stolen valuable items from this jewelry box. So Souza thought there was a chance this was just a robbery gone wrong, that the Ewells had just come home at the worst time, and when they walked in on the robbers panicked and killed them all. After doing an initial search of the house, Souza and Curtis joined the forensics team near Dale's body. Forensics officers had found Dale's wallet nearby, but it had been cleaned out, and that supported the idea that robbery could have been the motive behind these killings. But then, forensics officers told Souza something that he was not expecting to hear. Based on the wounds on the bodies, they believed the Ewells had been shot with a semi-automatic 9mm pistol. But there was no murder weapon, and not a single bullet casing had been left behind. And they said the weapon used, and the way in which the victims were killed, was like something they had seen in professional hits carried out by drug cartels. They also told Souza that they found small yellow fibers on all three bodies, but they'd have to run tests on these fibers to know what they were. Souza didn't know what to make of any of that. On the surface, nothing about the Ewells led him to believe they were mixed up in drug smuggling or some criminal enterprise. But Souza knew enough not to rule anything out. So, as more members of his investigative team arrived, Souza sent them out to interview the Ewells' neighbors. Then, Souza got word from his boss that Dana Ewell was on his way to the sheriff's station with an FBI agent, and Souza needed to go see them. At around noon, so 3 hours after the bodies had been discovered, Dana sat with his girlfriend Monica and her father, the FBI agent, in a small office in the Fresno County Sheriff's Department. Dana had called his parents' neighbor to ask him to check on the house. After the neighbor found the bodies and called 911, he had called Dana back and told Dana he needed to come home right now. But when Dana asked what was going on, the neighbor just kept saying over and over that he just needed to come home. Right after that, Dana had found Monica, and they called Monica's dad, the FBI agent. Dana said he knew something had to be really wrong, even if the neighbor wouldn't say what it was. And so using his law enforcement contacts, Monica's dad found out what had happened, and he had called ahead to the Fresno Sheriff's Department to let them know that he and Dana would be there soon. Then Dana, Monica, and her dad had flown to Fresno and headed right to the Sheriff's Department. In the office, Monica held Dana's hand tight. Dana hadn't heard all of the details, but he knew his parents and his sister were dead. Detective Souza and Deputy Curtis walked into the office, fresh from the crime scene. Souza told Dana right away how sorry he was about what had happened. In a quiet voice, Dana asked if there was anything he could do to help. And Souza said, well, I know your father was a wealthy businessman. Do you know if maybe he had any enemies in the corporate world? Dana looked up in surprise, and then looked at his girlfriend, and then over at her father, and then he looked up at Souza and said, as far as he knew, his dad did not have any enemies. They talked a while longer, and anytime Dana had questions about the investigation process, he would look to Monica's dad for help. Monica's dad and Souza both explained that it could take a while to figure out exactly what had happened. So Dana said he would stay with his uncle, who lived close by, in case the police needed anything else from him. Souza thanked them all for coming in and said he'd be in touch soon. But the following day, Dana would reach out to Souza, and he would tell him that he really needed to speak to the police again. And when Souza and Dana met for the second time in that same small office at the sheriff's department, Dana said he had not been completely honest the day before because he did not want to upset his girlfriend or his girlfriend's father. Souza was a little thrown off by this, but he said he understood, and then he asked Dana to tell him anything that might help police in their investigation. Dana told Souza that his father, Dale, did have one enemy that he was aware of, and his name was Frank Lamb, the man who had mentored his father and who had owned the airplane business before handing it over to Dale. Detective Souza thanked Dana for coming back in and for being honest with him. And later that day, Souza discovered that Frank Lamb had not just walked away from his company in the 1970s and sold it to Dale. It turned out Frank had been busted in a federal drug trafficking case, and when he got sent to prison for 3 years, Dale had swooped in and taken the company out from under him. A few days after the murder, Souza and Curtis went to meet Frank at his house. Frank, who was very soft-spoken and polite, quickly welcomed the investigators inside. Frank said he'd read about the deaths of Dale and his family, and regardless of whatever bad blood had existed between them, Frank was sad to hear about what had happened. Souza and Curtis pressed Frank about his connection to known drug smugglers that had landed him in prison back in the 1970s. Frank said he had no connection to any drug runners and that he had nothing to do with Dale's murder. Then he smiled at Souza and said, Dale was very selfish and a very hard guy to work with, so I wouldn't be surprised if Dale had made a lot of people angry over his career. Souza and Curtis left Frank's house with not much more to go on than what they had arrived with. Souza didn't necessarily trust Frank, but the idea that Frank had waited 20 years to exact some kind of revenge on Dale didn't seem right to Souza. Still, there were details at the crime scene that made it look like the murders could have been carried out by a hitman from a drug cartel. So Souza didn't want to totally dismiss Frank as a suspect. But later that week, Souza and Curtis made a discovery that seemed even more bizarre than the idea that the Ewells were connected to a drug smuggling operation. They found out that Glee had once worked for the CIA. Souza reached out to the CIA, but the CIA was not forthcoming with many details. All Souza learned was that Glee had been a Spanish translator in South America for the CIA over 30 years earlier. So all of a sudden, Souza and his team wondered if Glee had been the target, and if the murders were somehow retribution for something she'd been involved in during her time in the agency. And that information about Glee's past somehow got out, and the media jumped all over it. Pretty soon, there were tabloid-style stories about the murdered millionaires with possible connections to international drug cartels and the CIA. With all this media attention, the spotlight got even brighter on the Fresno Sheriff's Department. And Dana and other members of the Ewell family and some friends started to publicly question if Souza and his team were really up to the task here. Dana got so frustrated with the lack of progress and the crazy rumors swirling around about his family that he publicly compared Souza and Curtis to Bert and Ernie from Sesame Street, the kids show. Dana thought these two would never find the person who had killed his parents and his sister. Souza and his team tried to block out the noise and just stay focused on their investigation. And as they continued to turn over all the evidence in front of them, they realized that despite the possible links to drug cartels and the CIA, Souza came to believe that the case might be a lot simpler than that. The Ewells were rich, and their house had been ransacked. But all the families in their neighborhood were rich too, and no other homes had been hit. So Souza wanted to focus on people who would have known how wealthy the Ewells were, and who had a direct connection to them. But when Souza and his team shifted their investigation in this direction, it became clear that anyone who went to school with Dana would have known about his family's money. Because not only did Dana walk around campus in expensive Armani suits, but his college newspaper had also done a story about him. And in that story, Dana had talked a lot about the success of his father's business and his family's wealth. So Souza and his team reached out to some of Dana's friends at Santa Clara University, and a few of them said there was one person who police really needed to talk to, a recent graduate named Joel Radovich. They all said Joel was a loner and kind of a strange guy, and that he had always seemed a little obsessed with Dana. On May 8th, almost 3 weeks after the murders, Souza drove 2.5 hours from Fresno to Santa Clara to meet Joel Radovich. And when Souza had talked to Joel on the phone to arrange this meeting, he just got an odd feeling about him. Joel said he did not want police to come to his mother's house, so he would go to the motel where Souza was going to be staying. But that wasn't really what had grabbed Souza's attention. Before Souza had hung up, Joel asked him if he was going to be arrested. Souza had told Joel that, no, I really just want to talk to you, but Souza did think it was very odd that someone would jump to the conclusion that they were being arrested right off the bat. Outside the motel, Souza saw Joel pull into the parking lot in his black Honda CRX car. Joel got out of the car and began walking over to Souza. Joel was 22 years old with bleached blonde hair. He wore a baggy long-sleeve shirt and baggy jeans. Souza introduced himself and then led Joel to a small motel room, and then they both sat down at a table that was pushed up against the wall. And before Souza could even ask a question, Joel asked again if he was going to be arrested. A look of surprise came across Souza's face, and he asked why Joel was so worried about that. Joel said that he'd actually been arrested years earlier for stealing furniture from a dorm at Santa Clara University. And since then, he said the Santa Clara police were always harassing him. Souza told Joel that he didn't have anything to do with the Santa Clara police or the stolen furniture. But Souza made a note that Joel had just admitted to having committed a robbery in the past. Souza asked Joel how he knew Dana. Joel said they had met in the dorm and hung out a few times, but that was really it. Joel was a couple of years ahead of Dana in college, so they weren't really close, and Joel said he had not kept in touch with Dana, or really anybody from school, since he had graduated a year earlier. Then Souza asked Joel where he had been on Easter Sunday. Joel immediately looked up at the ceiling like he was trying to remember something, and then he looked down and he said that he'd actually been at a paint and body shop getting some work done on his car. After chatting for a bit longer, Souza finally smiled and thanked Joel for driving all this way out to the motel to meet him, and then Joel got up and walked out of the motel. But right after Joel was gone, Souza got in touch with members of his team. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he thought Joel was hiding something. He wasn't sure the kid was the killer, but he was almost positive Joel knew more than he was saying. So Souza wanted to learn as much about him as he could. It would take months for the sheriff's department to get everything in place, but eventually they got clearance to conduct full-time surveillance on Joel. And what police learned from that surveillance operation, and from digging deeper into Joel's life, convinced Souza the investigation was on the right track. But Souza's process was methodical and slow, and months went by without any new information getting out to the public. So Dana and other people on the outside thought the cops just weren't doing anything. And as the investigation stretched into months and then years, even Monica's dad, the FBI agent, questioned the Fresno Sheriff's Department's techniques. But Souza, Curtis, and the rest of the team just kept blocking out the public attacks. They were confident they had the killer in their sights, but they wanted to make sure their case was airtight before they moved in. In early March of 1995, almost 3 years after the murders, Souza, Curtis, and local police officers approached a TGI Fridays restaurant in a town just outside of Los Angeles. Souza went around back to where he had a car waiting, and Curtis and the others headed inside. The music was loud inside, and the place was packed, and Curtis was surprised this was where the investigation had finally led. But he and Souza were sure that the bartender working at Fridays that night was the one person who could bring the Yule murder case to a close. Curtis weaved around a few tables and moved out of the way of the server, but he never took his eyes off the bartender. And the bartender eventually looked up and saw Curtis coming his way. The bartender immediately began scanning around the room like he was looking for his exit, but he could tell there was just no way he could make a run for it. So Curtis and the other cops walked up to the bartender and told him they needed to talk. The bartender got a look on his face like he knew he'd been caught. Then police led him out through the kitchen to a parking lot behind the restaurant, and they put him in the car where Souza was waiting for him. And when Souza was done talking to this bartender, police would finally know who had killed Dale, Glee, and Tiffany, and how they had done it. Based on information provided by the bartender, evidence found at the murder scene, and details from interviews carried out during the investigation, here is a reconstruction of what police believe happened the day someone murdered the Yule family on April 19th, 1992. On the night of April 18th, so the day before the murders, the killer watched steam rise from their shower. While the hot water ran, the killer stepped into the shower and covered their body in shaving cream. Then they reached down with their right hand, grabbed a disposable razor from the side of the shower, and ran the blade over the hair on their left forearm. A few minutes later, they rinsed the razor off under the hot water, they bent down, and started shaving the hair on their left leg. The process took a long time, but eventually the killer had removed all of their body hair except for their eyebrows and the hair on their head. After they were done, they stepped out of the shower and dried off. Before sunrise on April 19th, the following morning, the killer got dressed in all black, wore a knit hat to cover the hair on their head, and slipped on a pair of latex gloves. The killer walked outside and put a large backpack as well as an unloaded semi-automatic 9mm gun in the back seat of the car. Then the killer drove to the Yule's neighborhood. When they arrived, they drove past the Yule's house and parked their car a few blocks away. They grabbed the backpack and the gun, got out of the car, closed the door, and moved quickly through the darkness to the Yule's house. Once the killer got there, they walked around to the backyard that was surrounded by a low cinder block fence. They dropped their bag and the gun into the backyard, and then climbed over the fence, they grabbed their things, and then ran to a small shed in the backyard and stepped inside. The killer had studied everything about the house, and they knew there was a spare key on the floor of the shed. So they pulled a flashlight out of their bag, they found the key, they grabbed it, and then darted across the yard towards the back door. The killer unlocked the door and walked inside. The house was dark, but the killer found their way to Dale and Glee's bedroom. They turned on the light, opened their backpack, and pulled out a large plastic sheet and unrolled the sheet across the floor. Then the killer put their gun down on the plastic sheet, they walked across the room to a jewelry box, they emptied it and put the stolen jewelry in their backpack. The killer then sat down on the plastic sheet, they reached into their backpack again and pulled out ammunition as well as a homemade silencer made with PVC pipe and several tennis balls that had been cut in half. The killer loaded their gun and attached the homemade silencer to it. Then they sat there on the plastic sheet and waited patiently for someone to come home. Several hours later, at about 5 p.m., the killer heard the garage door open. The killer felt butterflies in their stomach and a jolt of nervous energy. They grabbed their gun, they ran down the hall, and crouched down in a room that was across from the kitchen. The killer could hear a door open, and then also Glee and Tiffany talking. The killer tried to control their breath and told themselves to stay calm and just wait for the right moment. Then, Tiffany walked past the killer in the hall and went into the kitchen. The killer immediately sprung up from their hiding spot, walked down the hall after her, and then pointed the gun into the kitchen and fired. The bullet hit Tiffany in the back of the head. Tiffany's drink flew from her hand, blood splashed onto the walls and floor, and she fell face down. Tiffany had died almost instantly. The killer heard Glee say something from another room, so they spun around in the hall. Then Glee came around the corner and saw the killer. With a scream, she turned and started to run away, but the killer fired off 3 shots in her direction, and Glee stumbled into the office nearby. The killer ran down the hall to the office and saw Glee lying on her side and bleeding. But she was still breathing, so the killer aimed and shot Glee just below the eye. The killer was breathing fast now. They walked away from Glee's body and went to hide in the room near the kitchen, where they tried to calm down and got ready to wait some more. About 30 minutes later, the killer heard the garage door open again. The sound of the door had made them tense up, and so they stood and raised their gun and got ready for the next killing. The killer heard Dale walk into the house, and then when Dale walked down that hallway right past the killer stepped out of their hiding place, raised their gun, and shot Dale in the back of the neck. Dale immediately crumpled to the floor, and newspapers he picked up from the front yard scattered all around him. Dale died in the hallway before ever seeing the bodies of his wife and daughter. The killer walked forward, kneeled down, and got a close look at Dale to make sure he really was dead. Satisfied, the killer grabbed Dale's wallet out of his pants pocket, slipped Dale's cash and credit cards into their own pockets, and then dropped the wallet back on the floor. Then the killer rushed through the house, emptying drawers and cabinets, knocking stuff off of tables, and trying to make the scene look like a random burglary as much as possible. Then the killer ran to the main bedroom, rolled up their plastic sheet, and put it in their backpack. Then they walked out of the house, through the backyard, put the key back where they had found it, in the shed, and climbed over the fence away from the property. The killer did their best to move fast through the neighborhood without drawing any attention to themselves. They made it back to their car, they hopped in, and they sped away. A few minutes later, they pulled onto the highway and left Fresno behind. When they finally made it home, they sat down in their bed and waited for the phone to ring, because they knew Dana Ewell would be in touch soon. Joel Radovich, the young man Souza had never trusted, murdered Dale, Glee, and Tiffany. But Joel had carried these murders out at Dana Ewell's request. It would turn out that despite what Joel had told Souza, he and Dana were close friends. In fact, some people said they were almost inseparable. And according to some of their classmates, Dana and Joel seemed to lack any sense of morality. They had convinced themselves there was no difference between right and wrong, and so any action, even murder, could be justified. And Dana wanted to murder his parents and his sister because with all of them gone, he would inherit $8 million and his father's company. Dana didn't just want to follow in his father's footsteps, he wanted to replace his father. In fact, in the story Dana's college newspaper had written about him, Dana claimed to be the brains behind his father's successful airplane business, and he even implied he was running the company while going to college. So Dana had offered Joel $4 million of the inheritance he was sure to get if Joel would kill his family. Dana had given Joel a layout of the house and said he would leave a key in the shed for him and told him how to disable the alarm system. Joel had accepted the deal. Then he bought a book called Hitman, a technical manual for independent contractors to help him plan the perfect murders. The book had led Joel to shave off all of his body hair so he wouldn't leave any hair behind at the crime scene, which could then be used as DNA evidence. And the book suggested using a gun and a homemade silencer that could not be traced back to the shooter. But Joel needed help with that part of the plan, so he had turned to his good friend, the TGI Fridays bartender, who was an avid gun collector. The bartender had given Joel a semi-automatic 9mm, and he had helped Joel build the silencer. The tennis balls used in the silencer had left these strange yellow fibers on all the bodies. Then, after the murders, the bartender got the gun back, broke it apart, and buried the pieces in different places. And while that was all happening, Dana Ewell had called his father's office, and he had talked to his girlfriend's FBI agent father, all to throw off suspicion and to make people believe he, the son, was truly worried about his family and wanted justice for them. And Dana's tactics had worked for a little while, because it turned out that Souza was almost positive Joel Radovich had murdered the Ewells not long after they had met in the motel. But it took some serious digging before the investigators became convinced that Dana Ewell was the person behind his family's murder. And putting all the pieces together and getting an airtight case against Dana took a long time. But finally, surveillance on Joel had led police to the TGI Fridays bartender, and after they cornered him at work, the bartender told police he knew everything about the murders and he admitted his part in them. Then he led police to the place where he had buried the barrel of the gun that was used in the murders, and he agreed to testify against Joel and Dana in court. The bartender was ultimately granted immunity for his testimony, and as of 2023, he works as an attorney in California. As for Joel and Dana, they were convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Dale, Lee, and Tiffany are all buried next to each other in Fresno. The epitaph on all three of their headstones reads, "Together Forever."
You're listening ad-free on Amazon Music. Even though today's story
Hey, Keith, Metro Police. Come over here. Come over here, Come over here. Appreciate your cooperation, okay? Stand right here. Go and put it out. I know. Put that down.
New body camera video of the arrest of Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the man accused of ordering the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. We're also getting a look at the evidence prosecutors showed the grand jury to indict Keefe D.
That first shot, people were there, that's all you did.
And a reporter who's covered Tupac's murder weighs in on why it took 27 years to make an arrest. What the murder charge would have meant to the legendary rapper's mother.
I think it would have been a big moment for her to see justice.
Welcome to Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. I'm Anjanette Levy. We are taking a look at 6 critical pieces of evidence that the grand jury in the case of Dwayne Keefe D. Davis saw. They indicted him. So getting a closer look at body camera footage from the arrest of Dwayne Keefe D. Davis a week ago. He was walking near his home when a Las Vegas Metro police officer approached him last Friday. Look.
Hey, Keith, Metro Police. Come over here. Come over here. Appreciate your cooperation, okay? Stand right here. Go and put it out. I know. Put that down. You have anything on you, sir? Dirty? Okay, yeah, we'll get you right there, all right? Weapons. Step over here. Put the bones together like you're clapping. I just want to make sure you stuff
Officers also put leg shackles on the accused murderer. The day when I was in Vegas for Keefe D's arraignment, which was continued. Attorney Steve Wolfson said that Keefe D was talking with police after he was cuffed. A little of what he said.
All right, sir, go and have a seat right in here. I'm gonna help you out. Yep, kind of put your butt up against there. Kick that foot up. Ready? Oh, you got it, all right. He's on pro. All right.
Keefe D says, I'm a pro because he knows the drill. Did time in federal prison on drug charges and was a higher-up with the South Compton Crips. PD says he moved to Las Vegas 14 years ago. Asked the officer a few questions as they drove to the jail.
You all following me last night?
Nope.
So why y'all didn't bring the meeting?
Why didn't we bring me in?
PPD's arrest came after a nearly 3-month-long grand jury investigation. Prosecutors showed the grand jury photos of the people in the white Cadillac with PPD that night. With PPD, there was also the driver, Terrence Brown, and backseat passengers, DeAndre Big Dre Smith, PPD's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Prosecutors also showed clips from interviews that PPD granted to the Art of Dialogue YouTube channel. Prosecutors showed grand jurors a full interview of PPD that was posted in September of 2021. PPD talked about how he and his crew tried to find Tupac at the 662 Club. Tupac and Suge Knight had beaten up PPD's nephew, Orlando Anderson, the MGM Grand.
Y'all was actually waiting in 662 for Tupac and Orlando to fight, right? Yeah. Tell me about that, because Orlando actually wanted to fight you.
They didn't get that knocked out. And one punch.
Oh, for real, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, my God. Yeah.
So tell me about that. Orlando saying he wanted to fight Tupac. And how it was.
I was going to tell Suge, let him get out. That's all. He was going to beat his ass.
Then PPD talks about how they spotted Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving down the street. Women were yelling his name.
Tupac! Tupac! And he's you know, bullet. You know, real, be sitting down and sit his ass down. So, you know what I'm saying? I'll be hanging out. Just want to be seen. Like we said, we pulled up to the stoplight, and they was making a right, it's about 17 cars. We just pulled up in the other lane. Seen it, I heard a shot, people were dead, I thought he was dead. But damn, dead.
Drake, he was the one that was supposed to shoot, you know, Tupac and Suge, but he got scared, right?
No, he didn't really get scared, you know. He wasn't ready for that. They was youngsters, man. Kids.
But once again, I mean, y'all are Crips, right? So he should be used to that, right, Drake? So why
He wasn't ready for that. Everybody got a role, man. Everybody ain't killers. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't gonna kill.
So
everybody ain't with that. No.
Okay, so, but he was the one that was supposed to shoot Tupac and Suge, but for some reason, he wasn't ready for it, so he gave him to Orlando.
Something like that, yeah.
And Orlando, this is should have released the name to everybody knows Orlando Anderson was recruited, so Drake got told he didn't want to do it, they didn't want to stop Tupac and Suge.
So there's Keefe D saying that basically his nephew, Orlando Anderson, shot at Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. One of the witnesses who testified at the grand jury said it was actually Big Dre who fired the weapon. He obtained photos that prosecutors showed the grand jury. One includes the last photo taken of Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight before the shooting. Also a photo of a Death Row Records chain Tupac was wearing that night. Several photos of the scene, including vehicles in Tupac and Suge's caravan. Interior of the BMW bloodied from the shooting. Photos of the area that show shell casings on the ground. PD will be back in court on October 19th, and Law and Crime, of course, have that hearing covered for you. I spoke with Kathy Scott. She is a veteran reporter, and she has covered Tupac Shakur's murder from the very beginning, and she's written 2 books about the case. The first is The Killing of Tupac Shakur, and later, with the book, The Murder of Biggie Smalls. I spoke with Kathy Scott about a number of things, including why she believes it took so long to solve this crime, what Tupac Shakur's mother thought about this arrest. Kathy, what was your reaction when Dwayne PPD Davis was indeed indicted for his alleged role in the murder of Tupac Shakur?
I was
really pleased. I mean, my first thought was, about time. Man, it wasn't surprising that it was Keefe D, because I knew, of course, that he was in the car and he was Orlando Anderson's uncle, and that they all went out to, shoot Tupac. So, but the we did have a little bit of notification of it. It was when the search warrant was done that the world knew that this might happen. So it was surprised, but very belatedly. He was surprised, but very belatedly.
Sure, and that's because it wasn't a surprise because of the search warrant, of course, but also the fact that Keefe D had been making statements about this publicly for some time. He had written a book, Compton Street Legend, and then, of course, had granted a number of interviews, including to BET and to some YouTube channels.
As one cop once told me, crooks are stupid, that's why they get caught, and you can't keep people from themselves. But I don't know.
The man in this video is 35-year-old John Poulos. He recently walked out on his wife and 3 kids, transferring their entire marital estate to an offshore trust, leaving them in a state of financial hardship, while he embarked on a new life with a 21-year-old DJ from Colombia who he met online. While his family back home were left to fend for themselves, John traveled the world with his new love interest, even bragging on Twitter about the woman from Colombia who he had invited on a vacation before even meeting her. This tweet was posted in December 2022, and just over a month later, surveillance footage captured John trying to dispose of his girlfriend's lifeless body and subsequently trying to flee the country. This is the shocking case of John Poulos. John Poulos was born in 1988 in Franklin, Wisconsin. He married his high school sweetheart Ashley in 2009, and the couple had 3 beautiful kids together. To the outside world, they seemed to be the perfect pair. But in 2016, their happy family was dealt a devastating blow. Their eldest son, just 4 years old at the time, was diagnosed with an extremely rare form of cancer affecting only 350 people annually. John and Ashley became tireless advocates for their son, fighting for FDA approval of a promising new treatment and rallying community support to raise $60,000 for medical bills. In 2017, after 13 grueling hours in surgery to remove 150 tumors, the Poulos brave little boy finally emerged cancer-free. His inspirational journey resonated nationwide, and the family were even invited as honored guests of the Speaker of the House for the President's State of the Union address in 2018. There, the family epitomized strength, hope, and perseverance in the face of such frightening odds. They became a symbol of hope for many couples throughout America, yet few could have imagined the tragic troubles that would soon embroil the Poulos household. What many didn't know was that behind closed doors, the Poulos marriage was far from perfect. John's abusive and controlling nature had taken its toll on Ashley. In 2021, after years of living in fear, she finally filed for divorce. Before the divorce was even finalized, John transferred the family's entire marital estate into an offshore trust, leaving Ashley and the children with nothing. He abandoned them all and soon started living the high life, residing in various European countries, including Cyprus, Turkey, and Ukraine, before establishing residence in Texas. John also completely withdrew from his children's lives, not seeing them in person since leaving Wisconsin in January 2021, and he also refused to pay any child support, despite a judge ordering him to do so. The divorce process quickly became messy, with John exploiting legal loopholes by declaring himself a sovereign citizen throughout the proceedings. This meant that he incurred no legal fees himself, and at the same time caused his wife to incur thousands of dollars in attorney fees. What his wife didn't know at the time was that while their divorce proceedings were still ongoing, John had already moved on and had met someone new. In April 2022, John met 21-year-old Valentina Tres Palacios on the popular dating app Tinder. She was a popular DJ who was making making a name for herself in Colombia's capital. She started DJing in her teens, and by 21 had become a big part of Bogotá's nightlife. She specialized in Latin dance music like reggaeton and guaracha, playing at all the top clubs, and was even named the Breakthrough DJ of the Year at the Columbia Dance Awards in 2019. John fell hard and fast for Valentina, so much so that before even meeting her in person, he invited her on an all-expenses-paid luxury vacation to Cancun, Mexico. Here the two got to know each other better and decided to make their relationship official. What followed was a jet-setting relationship, with John making multiple trips to Colombia over the next several months to visit Valentina in Bogotá. He showered her with lavish weekly gifts of cash, though the exact amounts are unknown. It was clear that John was completely smitten, and only a few months into dating, he proposed marriage. In December 2022, John Poulos provided a surprising response to a viral Twitter prompt asking users to share their craziest first date stories. Invited a Colombian woman on vacation without meeting her first. Now we're getting married, John tweeted on December 17th, alongside a photo with his fiancée, Valentina Tres Palacios. At the time, the post painted a picture of an enviable modern romance that bloomed across continents online. But just over a month later, this supposed fairy tale union would come to a horrific end at John's own hands. John Poulos arrived in Bogotá on January 19, 2023. The plan was for him to remain in Colombia and start his new life with Valentina. He told her that he had gotten them an apartment in the city center, although it would later be revealed that it was a short-term rental. At 8:53 p.m., security footage shows Poulos wheeling a large blue suitcase into the apartment, the very same suitcase Valentina's body would be found in just 2 days later. The following day, John Poulos went to Valentina's mother's house, where he went to pick her up with all her belongings so that she could move in with him. This image shows the moment when John pulls up in his gray rental vehicle. After embracing in a passionate kiss, the two go and collect Valentina's possessions from her mom's house. After loading up Valentina's belongings, they set off to John's apartment, where cameras captured them entering the building together shortly after 7 p.m. The couple then spent the next 2 hours in the apartment before once again leaving together at 9:46 p.m. Valentina had a gig nearby, and John accompanied her to the venue. They returned briefly at 1:54 a.m., but were then seen leaving again at 3 a.m. to go back to the venue. The couple eventually got home shortly after 5 a.m., and according to court records, the demeanor between them was nothing out of the ordinary, and they seemed to get along fine. The following day, January 21st, John and Valentina spent most of the day at home, recovering from their late night out. They only left the apartment to go to have lunch, but returned a short while later, and spent the rest of the day locked in the apartment. And then at 10:43 p.m. cameras captured John leaving the apartment on his own. It's not known where he was going at this time, but footage shows Valentina apparently recording him with her cell phone, and her displeasure was evident even on camera. The following morning, January 22nd, shortly after 10 a.m. security footage captured John Poulos wheeling out the same large blue suitcase he had arrived with 2 days prior. The suitcase was now covered by a gray blanket. This was because the bag was too small to contain Valentina Tres Palacios' body, and her head was visibly sticking out of it. Poulos used the blanket to obscure her head. Just 4 minutes later, cameras spotted Poulos in the parking garage, struggling to load the clearly heavy suitcase into the trunk of his rental car. The video shows Poulos straining to lift the bag, confirming it was now far heavier than when he arrived. John Poulos then sets off, and cameras along the way capture him driving the rental vehicle in the direction of the Los Cambulos neighborhood. Poulos stopped near a dumpster in this area, where he abandoned the suitcase containing Valentina's body. He immediately sets off again and drives towards Bogotá's airport. Cameras showed him arriving at the airport before he boards a plane and leaves the country. That evening, a homeless man who was rummaging through the dumpsters in the Los Cambulos neighborhood came across a blue suitcase with the head of a female protruding from it. He immediately called police, who soon confirmed the body to be that of Valentina Tres Palacios. Her body told the story of a brutal attack, with extensive bruising on her neck and severe head trauma. Police immediately knew who their main suspect was, and knowing that he held an American passport, they knew that the chances were high that he would attempt to flee the country. Colombian police rushed to place John Poulos on a no-fly list to prevent his escape. But upon arriving at the airport, they learned he had already fled the country, boarding a flight to Panama City earlier that day. What was even more horrifying was that police learned that John Poulos had purchased onward tickets from Panama to Turkey and then Montenegro, a country that had no extradition agreement with Colombia. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Colombian authorities swiftly contacted law enforcement counterparts in Panama, hoping to intercept Poulos before he flew to Montenegro and was out of their grasp for good. Luckily for the police, they were able to intercept John Poulos just as he was about to board his flight from Panama, and police arrested him and extradited him back to Colombia. Despite the strong evidence against him, Poulos staunchly maintained his innocence and even went as far as to blame Valentina's murder on the Medellin cartel, a now defunct cartel in Colombia that was once headed by notorious gang boss Pablo Escobar. Needless to say, police didn't buy his story, and they charged John Poulos with the crime of femicide. It turns out that just as with his ex-wife, John was also abusive and controlling towards Valentina. He would monitor her social media, dictate who she could speak to, and even go as far as to hire a private investigator to follow her around when he wasn't in the country. Prosecutors claimed that on the night of the murder, an argument broke out between the couple, and John started physically abusing Valentina. This was evident by the amount of bruises on her body. He eventually strangled her, which ultimately led to her death. He then folded her body into the suitcase and dumped it in an attempt to conceal the crime and flee the country. The crime of femicide carries a sentence of 40 years in Colombia. It's defined as the killing of a woman based on her gender, and it is not a charge which exists in the United States. John Poulos has attempted to exploit this technicality to avoid culpability. He claimed there was no translator present during his arrest, and that, as an American, he didn't understand the femicide charge. Prosecutors refuted this, stating they fully explained the charges and that Poulos comprehended them. They indicated if convicted, they would ask the court to sentence Poulos to a minimum term of 50 years behind bars. Poulos has maintained his innocence throughout and stated his intention to plead not guilty at trial. The trial proceedings are currently ongoing and are expected to conclude in the coming months. Has maintained his innocence throughout and stated his intention to plead not guilty at trial. The trial proceedings are currently ongoing and are expected to conclude